All right, can you guys hear me? Anyone that's in the YouTube, please let me know if you can hear me. All right. Sorry about that. I was writing some due diligence and going over some numbers, and these guys are in deep trouble. If you haven't read the due diligence, I just literally posted it 2 seconds ago. So let me see if I can find it and link it to you guys so you can read it. And you guys can tell me what you think. Sorry, I got a little cough going today. I actually had called out sick yesterday, but apparently I am sick. Been staying up really late doing stuff, so it's been a little hectic. All right. I'm going to post it into the YouTube. Yeah, I do need to drink some water. Let me grab some. Hold on a second. Here we go. Yeah, if I get COVID, I do have a test kit. I probably should use that. I don't think I do, though. I do have 2 kids, though, so they're in school. And, well, one of them's in, like, preschool. She'll be going to kindergarten this year. Yeah, I went real far into the DD, and sorry it was taking me so long. I was trying to get all the numbers out, and I was like, ugh. Use. All right, let me know if there's also any spelling errors because I tend to rush things and not not check them before I go out. And yeah, I mean, there's kids. They wear masks in my daughter's school, but like they still spread germs like you wouldn't believe. All right, I can already tell there's some formatting issues with Reddit that I need to fix. Let me just do that real quick. Looks like since the DD came out, we've got a little green bar, but it could just be consolidation. But so these guys are in trouble, like big trouble. Like I was going over the numbers, and holy crap! Like I don't think retail has a clue. I mean, I think people know that they're in trouble, but like they're in big trouble. And a lot of it has to do with naked shorting. Like they got themselves in this because they got greedy. Like they got super greedy. They didn't think anyone was going to catch on. It was a small market, small cap. Thought, well, retail's stupid. They're not going to figure it out. And we figured it out. And now they're in big trouble. Just making some edits. Oops. I'll be addressing anything that's going on YouTube right now, but I've got the big screen with my DD on it right now. that's not good. Now I gotta cancel all that. Try again. All right, let's start again. All right, let me look up the cost to borrow real quick so I can just update something I needed to put in. I forgot to put the new cost to borrow. Shit is getting spicy. All right. So, let me go ahead. Sorry, you're going to listen to me hack all day, but if you're interested in what's going on here, you have to kind of put up with it. So we've moved up to number 7 on the gamma squeeze score, and that number will be even higher once retail understands what they're looking at. And I hope my DD kind of shows them that, like, these guys have been just messing around with fire, and they're about to get burned badly. And they're going to lie, cheat, and steal. You'll see them do what they did on GameStop with, like, short exempt waterfalls. They're going to naked short. They're going to do everything in their power. They're going to spend millions and millions of dollars on puts that are going to get burned just to try to suppress the price. Because right now, if they let it go over 5 today, next week, it's going to be in the teens. Like, that's just how it works. Let me just add this one thing, then I'll address anything on YouTube. I need a screenshot. so let's take a look at what's going on. All right, so they're pretty low volume. They're just trying to push down the price. Let's see what we can see here. Look at the order books. Yeah, so there are a lot of buy orders that are just sitting there, which is pushing up these wicks. In fact, I'm seeing a whole bunch of buy orders coming in. And they're going to try to slice through this. And what they'll do is, some market makers are given an exemption. So they are allowed to naked short anytime they feel like it. And this allows them to basically control the price. And so if you noticed ever, your options right before the expiry, all of a sudden, you might be at 451, and then 2 seconds later before close, it ends up 449, and you're now out of the money, and those options expire worthless. That's because these guys are allowed to basically push it down without locating shares. They're allowed basically a cheat code, and they're the ones that benefit. So you left the fox in charge of the hen house. You allowed these, market makers the power to basically make more money for themselves. And they're going to do everything in their power to keep this under 450 today. Like, I don't think they can get below 4. Like, at this point, there's too many buy orders coming in. I mean, they could really cheat and really mark up the short exempts when there's, like, periods of, like, not buying. But, like, the more and more this spreads, there are going to be more people trying to buy in. And so they may be able to pin it here at 450 today, or maybe 449 or 448. But what's going to end up happening in the long run is you're going to see a ton of people next week after this due diligence circulates, after some of these videos come out of YouTubers over the weekend, and people are going to be interested in this stock because it's still a low price point. Options are still pretty cheap. If you buy deep in the money options like I have, and other people have, and you say, I want these shares, they don't have enough shares. There's only 25 million shares in the free float, and retail already owned them. And now they're sitting there and they're having to deliver all these millions and millions of shares just in the options chains, and that's not including the ones that you guys are buying today. So if you buy through a broker, they have T+3 or T+5 to deliver you those shares. Well, guess what? They're not going to be able to find them. And so they're going to have to go to the market to find them, which means that the price will go up until they find sellers. And honestly, if retail doesn't feel like selling, retail owns more than institutions. They could sell every institutional share and they'd still not have enough to cover what they're ending up doing. Like, this is why this became such a big deal. And not only that, but there are naked shorts out there that I have a rough idea of what I think they're at, that I've been keeping in a spreadsheet. But really, this is going to boil down to these guys are going to owe so many more shares than exist. They're going to run this basically, the warrants at 15. There's only either 290 of them or 218,000 of them there. So that's not even a speed bump. That's like running over a rock when you're in a Mack truck. The ones at 25, those ones would be, obviously there's I think 5 million there. Like, their goal was basically they were going to try to wait till those September warrants came out, but there's just too much interest in the stock. They're never going to make it. And at this point, they can't bank on those 7 million shares that would come out from the warrants, as an insurance policy, because there's too much in the options chains right now. Like, let me pull up an options chain for you guys real quick just to show you. And then let me go to the Discord and the YouTube stuff because I have my Reddit stuff up right now. Okay, so let's see. We got 34 people in here. Sorry for coughing. I have a bit of maybe I am sick now. All this no sleeping and doing all this research just caught up to me. I spilled my yogurt that I was supposed to eat hours ago. All right, let me go find. What's up? What's up, VNS? How are you? What calls should you buy? Well, I am not qualified to give financial advice, so I cannot tell you what you should buy and what you should not buy. What I can tell you is what I have bought, and what I have bought is deep in the money calls because I don't think they have my shares that I'm buying those calls for. And so, if I don't think they actually have my shares and I buy those and they have to deliver them to me, that means they have to find those shares. And they have a little game they have, which is if they don't have the shares, then they have to go to the market to go find them. And if nobody's selling, then the price will start rising naturally because that's how this kind of works is, did you see Asher's tweet and response? No, I did not. Let me go see what Mr. Asher has written. Oh, you got it right here. Let's see. What did Anon is the man. Oh, that's cool. That's a nice compliment. Might be because the continued shipping costs. There we go. I'm sure he's not listening, but I was going to say he actually owns a large portion of shares in Aterian. For anyone that doesn't know who he is, he's the I think former chairman of Mohawk, and so he's got I think like 3 million shares or something like that. So yeah, he's the co-founder and ex-chairman of Aterian, and I think from what I remember, he like lives in Spain or something like that. And I don't think he has anything to do with the business anymore. But yeah, so if I was greedy, I'd buy in the money calls to help the movement. Yeah, I mean, it really once again, I'm not a financial advisor. I do all this, honestly, I have a full-time job and it has nothing to do with like stocks or anything. This is just something I like doing on the side. It's one of those things that, I have a passion for, I love it, but at the same time, it doesn't pay the bills. So next time you call customer service, maybe you can get Asher's phone number. Well, I would imagine the swing on hit. So if we did the math on that, I would imagine. Let's see. If he was worth or he had like 3 million shares. I think of the last. I actually have a spreadsheet. I keep all this stuff on. Let me see. Okay. We keep track of all the inside ownership. So his name is. Where's Asher? Asher. Okay, so he's got 2.5 million shares. 2.5 million shares. So if you figure if the stock was at $2 a share, we'd have basically, what he's made since last week, like $5 million so far, roughly. Can you write my fantasy? Can you write my fantasy football message boards like your DDs in Reddit? Yeah. You just send me who you want. I'll go ahead and write it up for you. All right, so let's see what else is going on today. So, like, I mean, honestly, so like we're sitting here at 445. There's buy walls all over this, the bottom. They're gonna have a really hard time slicing it down. They basically have to acquire close to 100,000 shares to slice it down further than this, because right now the buy orders are sitting at 445, 444, 442, 440. So they would really have to like short exempt and like bid slam to kind of cut through all that stuff, which means that they're triggering all those buys if they don't move them fast enough. They're just buy walls. But at this point, retail wants to get in, and they're going to try to do it at whatever price they can get. And I'm thinking that if the options chains keep growing. So like every time I look at them, this is going to get to a point where these options are going to get like so expensive because the IV is going to get huge. Let's see. Kenny sent something over. Oh, yeah. Cool. So the former chairman I guess has read my stuff. So that's cool. So, oh, there they go. They're going for it. Let's see if this gets bought up. So you have to understand and wonder, where are they getting all these shorts? We've had 100% utilization since March 8th. Like, they've been borrowing millions of shares a day. Like, we've been keeping track of how much they're borrowing. They've borrowed the entire free float already. And people own those shares. So really, what they're not telling you is they're basically shorting the entire float, which is 100% utilization, 100% of the float. And they're not recording it, but these numbers keep growing. And what you're going to see is these borrow fees get higher and higher because they're now trying to just shake retail out. And anyone that's listening will know that, honestly, next week when all these things come due, like they may push the price down to like 4 or even like 390 today, but it doesn't matter because next week is where everything happens. And if you listen to our our Discord people that have really understood the options, like DZ Moneyman, they've told you that the deep in the money calls, they don't think retail will actually say it. Like they think that retail will say, "Well, we'll just sell the options for profit." But I want those shares. Like I want to see if they can get them to me, because I don't think they have them. I don't think they have anything that they're doing right now. And it's I was in GameStop in the early part. Like I wasn't in at 3, but I was in the teens, and I watched the whole thing happen. And this is how it started. Like, and I know people roll their eyes and they say, no, nothing's like GameStop. You're right. Like, nothing will ever be like GameStop because they had 220% and they had more naked shorts there too. But I'm telling you right now, this is how it started. This is how it felt when I saw, and this is the thing. This isn't even that popular of a ticker yet. Like, this is getting mentioned and people are starting to come around for it. But at this point, this is just the beginning because there's not even been the FOMO element. This is still early adopters. Quick recap. Nothing too much. I mean, I've just kind of been talking about like the price today doesn't matter. Like if you have 450 calls, you may be screwed. But like, or even $4 calls, they may be able to drive it down with shares that they don't have in short exempts. But in the end, this is just going to get bought up next week, like all of it. And there's nothing they can do about it because the options chains right now they're on fire. Like this was a couple of, hour, or it was probably like an hour ago. But let me just pull up the options chains so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right. So this was as of, let's see what time it was. It was around 11 o'clock, and it's about an hour, 50 minutes ago. So right here in the yellow, you have what's called in the money, and these are shares basically that are most of the time yellow, or sorry, not yellow, but most of the time call options are usually retail buying because it's one of the simpler options that we know how to do, because you go, well, you buy a call option and then you get to exercise at that strike price if you want. Um, Basically, call options give you the obligation but not the right, they give you the right but not the obligation to exercise at that strike price. And most of the time, I think it's like 90% of options get sold instead of get exercised for like shares. But in this case, it'd be super interesting to see, at least my theory is that these guys don't have the shares, so therefore I am thinking that I would rather have them deliver my shares because I don't think they have them, and I'm willing to call their bluff. Like, you don't think we'll exercise our shares because we're stupid retail? All right, well, I want my shares, and I want them delivered by Tuesday of next week because that's how long they have. And honestly, these things are going to go, and they're going to probably need to go to the market to find shares, and that will drive the price up. And once you drive the price up, then you also have to deal with next week's. All these are going to be in the money, plus maybe some of these. And now you start looking at these. When you add up, for example, like here, you have almost, this would be 1.6 million shares that they owe, like 1.5. And if we were to push into 5 by the end of the day, you're looking at like 3 to 4 million shares that they don't have that they're going to have to go locate. Now, they may claim that they have hedged them, and maybe they have, but at the same time, they now have to deliver them to those, customers. And maybe they didn't hedge all them because they think that retail doesn't ever exercise them. So if they actually have to do that, you'll see probably a spike in Monday and Tuesday of next week. And that would also give you the time where we, had the entire weekend where people have been hyping it up. It's going to be spreading around. Hey, did you hear about this stock ticker, at the barbecue on Saturday? This thing's on fire. I think it's going to go off next week. And that's what's going to end up happening is word of mouth is going to start spreading. And you can't afford to have a couple million people buying a stock that their float is only 25 million and it's already gone. Like, all of it is gone. I mean, and I just saw somebody post that the shipping containers. Yeah, the shipping container costs are coming down also. Like, there are a lot of things that are going well for Aterian right now. They added a new board member who has great experience. Like, there's a lot there that's going to be just, like, the bear case is basically that Aterian is going to, it's not worth, $2 a share or whatever it was. But honestly, they drove the price down that low. They did that because they thought that they could get it down to zero. They thought that retail at some point would just bail. And we lost large chunks. I mean, most people held for a couple months. They held from August until maybe we lost some chunks. I think I saw in November. We lost some chunks in December, and we lost some in February. And the only the ones that were in our Discord kind of stuck around. And I told them, I was like, listen, we know that there are more, they're naked. We knew that. We knew they were just driving down the price and there wasn't anything we could do. But I said in one of my old DDs that at some point, someone is going to read one of these that's smart and has, some money, and they're going to say, oh, these guys got super greedy. And when that happens, it's going to be fireworks because there's no way that they can cover all these shares. Like, zero way. All right. So I just saw, I guess they're starting to post some of the due diligence on other things. I'll give myself a like. It's okay to like your own stuff sometimes. So I'm just reading through. Okay, let me get to the chats. Let's see. Let's go. Kind of recapped. I want to hear them too. Mine will be expiring in the money 4 hours. That's right. I want to see them deliver our shares. Let me get off this so I can see the ticker. Okay, so, But yeah, the options chains right now are on fire. Every single second, they're adding more, and it's gonna start getting to the point where if they don't start hedging, the market makers are gonna be in deep, deep trouble. Like, it is gonna be bad. So let me see. I got some people. All right, let's see. Going through messages. Sorry, I'm catching up on these things. Let me just tell them I'm streaming. All right, let me just send him the link real quick. I think this is it. Is there anything you guys can hear me fine, right? There's no like echo or anything like that. Somebody said that they had seen some mentions of ATER in Wall Street Bets recently. Yeah, if so, Wall Street Bets is huge. Wall Street Bets has what, like 100 million people in it, something stupid like that. I haven't checked it in a long time, but let's see what they got. Oh, I think some bots are out. Last time I checked, I had like 130 votes on the DD I just posted, and I just clicked on it, and apparently it just went down by like 40. Yeah, it just keeps going down. Interesting. I think we're actually getting hit by bots now. They haven't done that since GameStop, so that's exciting. Let's see. What does Wall Street Bets have? They've got 11. Sorry, not 100 million. It's 11, like almost 12 million people in that one. All right, let me get over here. Yep, I was going to say there's a lot of. Let's see. Everyone's. All right, people are telling me some tickers to look at, but I think we're going to stick with Aterian right now just because, I mean, it's not exciting. We're just kind of chopping around. Like, let me zoom in a little bit. So, yeah, they pushed us basically down into this downtrend, and they're basically trying to convince you that, oh, yeah, well, but the MACD is starting to cross over here, and they're trying to short it down. So this is where a short exempts would probably come into handy for the shorts. Right here, it was about to cross over, and so what they did was my guess would be the market maker probably used some short exempts to short there. My guess is they're going to probably have used up at least 1 million or more short exempts today. And like I said, short exempts are basically when the market makers are able to naked short whenever they feel like it. And they do that because of liquidity. And honestly, it makes zero sense. It's Fox's in charge of the hen house. But they do this to basically control the price. And so they can end up with what they want, which is max pain usually for most time. But what we're going to end up seeing here, and let me just zoom out a little bit so we can kind of take a look. I want to see on the 30-minute. Yeah, so it looks like we are actually going to be forming kind of like a bull flag, and we'll consolidate here until probably another move up. We'll see when that happens, but yeah, basically we formed a bull flag, and we'll be going in here, and then we'll take the next leg up. If it happens, whew, that's going to be pretty insane. But if you actually look at these volume bars, they are using shorts that they don't have to basically push this down. And it's kind of amazing because they're just digging their own grave deeper, because they're convinced that they can convince, or they're convinced that you guys will get afraid and you're going to say, yeah, like this is right. I've already made 40%. I should get out. And for some people, that's fine. That's all you want to do. I've done the research, and I think there's more to this. And, somebody had written last night, and it was a nice message, and they basically said, like, oh, if I want you to go back and take a look at, DFE or, deep effing values post. He was way before his time, and I think you were too, and I appreciate that. He is way smarter than I am. He actually worked in the financial institutions. Like, I'm just a dumb crang eating marine. Like, I don't know anything. Like, this is all stuff I've taught myself just over the years, and I try to share it with you guys. So let's see what's going on in the Discord and what's going on in the YouTube. Oh, very cool. Thank you for reading the DD. Yeah. What is the price target for Aterian? So I have two price targets, and one of them was basically the price target when if there was no short interest, just based off fundamentals. But that's kind of gone out the window. But that was basically like 750. I thought that the company, especially because like that's like fair value. I think right now, like most stocks don't trade this far below their book value. Like right now, we're around book value for Aterian. I think book value was something like 420. So we're around book value right now. So if you buy the stock here based solely on fundamentals, this is about where it should be according to their books. Now, if you wanted to take out like some of the fluff, because like Aterian's got some fluff on their books, like they do, like they basically have their AI software that's valued higher than I would probably value it personally. And they also have like I think goodwill as they call it, that's built in there. So if you wanted to go off like hard assets, then you're looking at like probably like three. If you were to take out some of the fluff. But honestly, at this point right now, the book value on it, according to like their actual books, is like about 420, I think. So we're right around book value for the stock. So right now they're just basically pushing down with shares that they don't have, and I mean that's the truth. We've gone through Max Payne. Yeah, we're gonna finish way above Max Payne, and it's gonna cause market makers a headache because honestly, this is going to be it's a runaway train at this point, and they can do this. They can short exempt. They can push the price down. People are going to buy these shares. And if they're not going to buy them today, they'll buy them on Monday. So we will get to see how juicy this and spicy this gets because it's. I mean, I just showed you the options chain. They're going to owe millions of shares, and they can do these things all they want. But when it comes down to it, they're going to owe a ton. Like a ton of shares next week. And so if they go under 4, good for them. They're going to get slaughtered next week when they have to deliver all these shares that are getting bought today. Like we're at we're about noon right now, and we're at 58 million traded so far. And what they're going to try to do right now is they need to get this under 4 if they can, because then they can start de-hedging. So right now what they're doing is they must have had, let me see if I can look at the options chains right now and see if I can see maybe some far out of the money puts. Because I think I saw they were using May, like $17 puts or something like that to drive down the price. I don't know if I have somebody this option scanner next to me, but I can ask. Let me see real quick. Yeah. So right now, they were using, as of yesterday, I think it was. Where's the May ones? Yeah, they used, I think, 1250 puts yesterday to try to push the price down. And they're probably doing the same thing today. Let me see if there's any, like, increased volume on the put side that is, like, far out of the money. Yeah, so what they did was they just bought 450 puts for next week. So somebody's buying up 4 and 450 puts right now to try to help drive down the price. And they're actually having to spend a good chunk on them. Not a huge amount, but they're spending millions of dollars trying to drive down this price right now so they can get it under 450. And I think they know that we're watching the short exempts, and they know that. I mean, every day I'm posting the short interest, and the last couple of days, their short interest has ran. Let me see. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I just realized this on my DD. I did not post down the week's short. I should do that. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to edit something, and I just want to add. the aggregate short volume. Here we go. And then screenshot that and share that. And I'll just let you guys know what it is also while we're here. Okay, so I'm just going to give you the last 7 days for Aterian. The last 7 days, they shorted almost 68% of the daily volume, then 65 or 66% of the daily volume. Then they shorted 58.28% on Monday. They shorted 57% on Tuesday. They shorted 52% on Wednesday. And then yesterday they shorted 57%. So they're almost shorting 60% of the float every single day, but they don't have any shares. So that's kind of amazing how they're able to do that when they don't actually have any shares to borrow, because they haven't had any shares to borrow since March 8th. So it's kind of amazing how that all works, especially when you know that they don't have those shares. Because those numbers that they're shorting, and sure, they break them up in batches and then short cover, but they shorted 64 million short aggregate of volume on Monday. They shorted 31 million on Tuesday. They shorted 5.6 million on Wednesday, and they shorted 6.6 million yesterday. And remember, there are no shares available, but yet somehow they're coming up with huge amounts of short volume on no shares. That's how you know it's naked shorting. All right, so let me post this screenshot and post, and then add it, and then edit my post real quick. So sorry if you read it earlier, and now I'm gonna have to edit it, and you don't have to read it again, but I'm just letting you know. You'll have at least more data to look at if you look at it again. Let me zoom out a little bit. Crop it. And then I am going to go and highlight the last couple days. Then I'm going to show the people. Text a little bigger. Give me a second. All right, let's make it like size 24. Where are they getting all these millions of shares to short if utilization didn't work. Let me try it again. All right. I think that's a good good graphic because I think it shows exactly what the story is. All right. ATER. Da, da, da. Oh yes, everyone's retail's shaking in their boots. Everyone's we're all going down. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna buy more. Give me a second. I'm gonna trade this. Okay. I'm think I'm done right now. Looks like the DD is better here. Read through it, make sure it reads right. Reading through, just make sure it reads right. Boy, oh boy, we're rattling the cage here. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on. So right now we are completely oversold. We were on about 22 on the RSI. That's the 1 minute RSI. And what you see is you see that these guys are desperately trying to get retail to sell. They're waterfalling it down. They've put all this sell pressure in. They may even convince maybe like a long position, like, hey, listen, you got to just sell. Like, you got to help us. And so sometimes they go to these institutions that are long and say, listen, you just need a bail. We need help pushing down the price. But guess what? It's going to get all eaten up. All of it's going to get eaten up. Because right now, they've got millions of shares that they need to buy. And it's going to be messy next week. So like I said, they can let this finish at 390 today, or I don't think they'll be able to throw it down to like 330 or like the 330, or get it below 350. Like if they do that, I'm going to buy my life savings with this because they don't have the shares. They just don't have it, and I've showed you that. 25 million is the free float. Right now, we've traded 61 million shares today. That's double the free float. And retail already owned that free float. So now they're basically trading with like double the float and triple the float. Like, it's going to get messy next week when they actually have to start buying. And you're going to see a lot of volume. A lot. All right, so let's see right now. Buying the dip. Buying the dip. So this is going to be basically their last desperate attempt to try to get rid of it, because what's going to end up happening now, based off the time, if people are actually willing to let that go and fall in the money, then we're going to see a large swing pretty soon. Let me just take a look here and see. Yeah. It's going to be pretty insane. All right, let's see. I've got a backlog of messages, and some of them are like an hour old. So let me go back and just see if I can catch up. Yeah, I appreciate it. I guess there's 62 people in here, so that beats yesterday. That's pretty good. All right, so Liam doubled his position. Congrats. Won't they owe shares if people exercise? So here's the thing about this. If you exercise your shares, the market makers then will de-hedge those shares that they're holding for you, because they're supposed to hold them into the end of the day. Let's see. So that's why it's sometimes better to let them go all the way into the end of the day to exercise them, is because it makes the market makers not be able to de-hedge them. If people start exercising now, they could technically de-hedge. Let's see. Posted options currently in the Discord. Thank you. Kenny likes the stock. Kenny's in the right place. Do you recommend 250 calls for August rather than the 550s? Like, so the way it works is option makers will have to, there's different elements that they have to do to hedge. So the further out they are, the less they actually have to hedge. So it has to do with the gamma on it, but basically, like, for example, next week's ones are going to need to be hedged more than August ones. So if you were looking for like 250s for next week would be more impactful immediately on the buying pressure than August. Now, if you wanted to give yourself theta, because that's your way of like, normally I don't trade options that are under 6 months when they're cheap, but once they get expensive, I understand why people do them sooner, closer to the money. And it looks like we're having some buying pressure. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, I was gonna. It's all personal preference at this point, and I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm not going to advise anyone to do anything. But yeah, a 250 for next week or the week after would be more impactful on the buying pressure than one in August, just because that's how it works. What is naked shorting? And how can someone sell something that they don't have or can't borrow? So that's essentially what it is. So when you actually short a stock, you are supposed to locate it first, unless you're a market maker. Market makers have the short exempt power that they can just short anytime they want, which is fucked up by itself. Just to throw it out there. But um, so regular people in like hedge funds, for example, are supposed to actually locate those shares. Your broker would locate the shares for you, or if you were, a short hedge fund, you would go to the broker and say, "Hey, listen, how many shares you guys got?" And they'd say, "Oh, we've got 1.5 million." It'd be like, "All right, give me all of them, and what's your borrow fee?" And they'd say, "Oh, the borrow fee right now is 60%." So he's like, "All right, I'll take them." That's them locating it. What naked shorting is when they don't even bother going and trying to find these shares because they can't find the shares right now. There are no shares to borrow. Like you can go around to all the different sites. Nobody's got any shares to borrow in Aterian. So what they do is they start shorting directly on the market without actually locating any of these things. And they know they can't locate them, but they have a feeling that in the future they should be able to. But that's what naked shorting is. It's essentially not being able to locate a share. And what that will cause is an FTD, a failure to deliver. And FTDs down the line are going to end up being something that's a problem for them because there's been the first day was 146 million in volume. Second day was like 75 million. I guess Wednesday was I think like 15 million. Then yesterday was like 12 or 15. They don't have these shares. And that's the truth. And at this point, they have nothing to lose because they're already screwed. So they're going to use as many naked shorts as they can to keep the price suppressed because, like, the SEC knows this is wrong. The market makers know it's wrong. Anyone that's actually in the industry and understands the stuff knows that they can't locate these shares. And there's no possible way they could locate the shares when utilization has been since March 8th. But what's going to end up happening is they're going to start owing these shares in a couple days next week, and then boom, it's going to be a problem because they're going to start to fail to deliver. And once those FTDs start stacking up, then the SEC goes, wait a second, you guys have a lot of these FTDs on this stock. Notice increased volume. Something's going on here. And they're going to go, you're going to get on the reg show threshold, which means nothing because they don't actually enforce it. But it's going to flag the SEC that start looking a little bit more. I mean, the SEC should have been looking at this like a year ago. And like the CEO tweeted out that there were naked shorts. And then it was silence because the SEC probably told him, we're going to investigate this, but you have to keep your mouth shut. So he probably did. And then nothing's came of it because the SEC is reactionary, not proactive. So they basically, 2 years from now will go, you're right, there was naked shorting. When everything's all said and done, the company could have been put under. That's what's ending gonna. That's what would have happened. They would, but somehow, Aterian kind of lucked out because there were some of us that were watching this, going, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Like there is 0 sense that they can make." So let's look for areas of support. Let's see what we got. Yeah, like so 420 should be a support, and it looks like we bounced off there, and that's a fun support for retail because it's 420. All right, so buy zone probably in the 415, that area. Yep, and Devil was right. He called that out correctly in our Discord. We've got other people that have they're tracking a wedge right now. We gapped up. This is us now trying to they're shaking the tree, but they're also trying to keep it inside this wedge. So if you look, we bounced directly off a trend line of the wedge. People that are not in the Discord, you can join the Discord, and there's people in there posting TA. And actually, there's some really, really smart people in there. I'm not like a TA expert. I obviously dabble, but I would let them actually do most of the stuff because I'm more of a fundamentals trader, and I just happened to notice what was going on with the stock, so I called it out. Obviously, it's picked up some. But that's a nice little bounce there that we've had. Some recovery. We'll probably consolidate, and then we'll probably start moving up in the afternoon if we stay above 4, if they have to hedge some of these. TD just canceled. I'm reading up people's things. Okay, so let's see. So hopefully that was enough about naked shorting. But if you have any other questions, let me know. Guys, so I'm 100% clear. When I let my calls expire in the money, I only need enough cash to cover them at the strike price. Yes, because you already paid the premium to the broker, and then you would just need, for example, you would need $2,100 in your example, Tanner. You probably want to have a little bit more because maybe fees, but yeah. And honestly, you should contact your own broker. Like, listening to me on YouTube is not the correct thing to do. What you should do is call your broker and make sure that you know how that process works for them. So that would be my advice: is call a professional, especially your own broker, and say, "Hey, listen, like that's what's going on." Okay, for example, Fidelity. Yeah, somebody can answer that question for you really quick. All right, so we've received 100 messages in the restream. Oh, cool. We'll be buying more. All right, they're calling brokers. Can they keep kicking the can down the road next week? So I'm just drinking water. If someone were to gamble a $5 call for next week, would they expire worthless? They can. I mean, that's the problem without a... So when I was writing the due diligence, I'm writing it because my thesis is basically they don't have enough shares. I don't think they have... I think they've maybe double or now triple the float hanging out there in these T plus areas. And they're going to attempt desperately to shake the tree. But what's going to end up happening is at some point, all these T plus 3, T plus 5 are all going to come due. And when they come due, you're going to see big green candles. I know we call them something else, but I'm trying to keep it somewhat tame. So that's what's going to end up happening because they've got to find these shares, and they don't have these shares. So I don't care what the price does today. Like, to me, this is all just like, pageantry. I know the numbers. They owe millions of shares, and they don't have them. And they're going to have to go to the market to get them. And if retail doesn't feel like selling them, then the price is just going to go up until retail feels like selling them. And they may find institutions that will sell at periods of time. But honestly, like, you're going to find out real quick that these guys are in trouble. And, the more and more retail picks up on that, you guys are winning. Like, that's the truth. And they cheat and they lie, they steal, but this is hard to cover up when you have almost the entire options chains is going to be in the free float. Like, we're going to get to a point where the entire free float is locked up in the options chains alone. And if they don't let it go, they're going to owe double the entire company. And they will have to go to the market and find those. All right, let's see. So, yeah, I mean, my suggestion is in the money. I am not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. I believe that in the money is the safer deal because I don't think they can drop it down to $2 a share or $2.50 a share at this point. And those ones basically become like buying shares, but they actually get bought by the market maker and then have to be delivered to you. Okay. Something off topic. Do some of your coworkers know what you're doing here? No, they have zero idea. my coworkers have no idea I am even in the stock market. My coworkers, I'm a guy. I mean, my friends know I like the stocks, but they don't know who I am either. Like, I'm not like... I'm not going to talk about my own position, to be honest with you. And I'm not going to tell you guys what I do for a living. But I was going to say it has nothing to do with the financial industry. So I called out of work today because I was not feeling great. And I decided I was going to do a stream just because I thought yesterday and today would be pretty interesting. And so far they have been. So, and I thought it'd be nice to be able to help walk people through that don't have as much market experience and kind of explain what's going on the charts. Because, I'm looking here and I'm looking at the numbers. And So SST. So SST has always been a higher risk play, and I actually made some money off them yesterday. The way I kind of view SST is it's high risk, high reward. It's like standing on a glass plate and trying to reach for things higher than you. You can, yeah, I mean, people have made money off it, but there's a risk, and the risk is that if the S1 filings go through, say they get expedited because the amount of short interest and all this stuff is climbing, and they say, you know what, this is out of control. We got to get this through. Those people are going to be stuck because the warrants, the pipe warrants that come out will flood the market, and it will send the stock price down like crashing. So that's my thoughts on SST. It's a higher risk. Whereas buying Aterian when we were calling this out at $2 a share, that was a low risk because you were very close to the bottom. So, and even at $4 a share, you're still buying close to the bottom. It's not like buying Aterian at like 15 a share where there's downside if the book value is only 4. Like the book value right now is like 420 and you're buying right now at 428. So like buying it here, and then if Aterian's going to be able to raise cash off this at some point. They're going to raise cash, and then the balance sheet's going to be way better, which is going to make the company worth more. So it's like a reciprocal effect. Like at some point, the shorts basically did these guys a favor. The shorts basically are going to make these guys where they're never going to go out of business ever again because they have so much cash. Because at this point, there are just millions and millions and millions of shares out there that don't exist, and they're going to have to find a way, and they'll probably go begging the company. And the company I've already talked to, and I wrote them and said, listen, like, it doesn't make sense for you guys to issue any ATM at this point because your stock price is going to go up, and their warrants at 15, their warrants at 25, and then if it keeps running after that, then maybe you can do an ATM and you'll raise even more money, and they'll raise maybe like $500 million in cash, and then they will never have to worry about anything ever again because they'll be able to buy profitable companies. They'll be able to turn around their bit. Like that's what happened with GameStop. That's what happened with AMC. Like AMC's in the process of getting out of debt with retail basically bailing them out, but GameStop was the one that got out of debt completely and now has like $1.4 billion in cash and is trying to repivot into a new thing. And then AMC's getting slowly bailed out by retail, basically supporting them. So like those are companies that were at high risk, and now because of it, they both are going to be fine. Oh, congrats, buying another 350. Let's see. I'm at 428. Do you see a good moment to enter? So we bounced off this. If we retest the 420 area, that would probably be an area to buy from just like eyeing it. Because it looks like that, that bounce was pretty nice off of that. It wasn't a huge amount of volume, but it's getting support somewhere around 420. Because I think the bulls right now, they want to do this as cheap as possible, so they don't want to overspend. Because like if you just keep slapping the ass, you're spending a lot of money to make this run. And they've got call options that are going next week, the week after, etc. How do they keep shorting us down today? Well, I'll tell you how they keep doing it. It's called naked shorting. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, so like you may see some sell pressure, maybe an institution, it may be, but it may be short exempts, but most likely it's just shorts, naked shorting. And they're going to, at this point, do whatever they can because they don't have any other options. Like, if this explodes, they're going to have to cover for millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. And that means it's cutting into the profit every single second. And their cost to borrow keeps rising. Like, I think I saw it at like 60% this morning. Like, it was 12% 2-3 days ago. And all of a sudden, when it gets to a point, they're going to have to just turn it around and be like, yep. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Testing 420 right now. Yeah, so I mean, this would be an interesting place. They had pushed the RSI down to about like 20 something. So if they do that again, this is where they're going to try to really push. Like they're going to do their best. Okay, you bought just about 100 pounds around 270. Something I don't get is $12. It would explode. Okay, so if, for example, the price, I mean, honestly, at this point, even if over 5 or 750, because there's a lot of calls inside the options chain that are in the money right now. If we had pushed up into those levels, you're going to owe even more millions of shares to retail and other investors. So it's just going to go popping up, popping up, popping up. Like they need to cover these. And today they probably don't have as many. So you're going to see a higher short interest today. You're going to see today's their like battleground because options expired today and they need to get these under basically $4 or else they're going to owe millions right now. So the safer bet for everybody, like buying in the money options, and once again, not financial advice. I'm buying in the money options that are like, $2.50, $2, $3 at this point because I don't think they can drop it that low. And that means that they will have to give me shares by next Tuesday. So, thanks, Anthony. Yeah, no, it's fine. I was going to say, I mean, people have questions and they want to answer it, and I'm here, and that's what I'm doing today. So I'll sit with you guys and hang out and figure out what's going on with the stock. But yeah, we're retesting. We're going to be retesting the 420 zone. We'll see if we double bottom here, if they can cut through it. They're using a lot of ammo right now, and it's ammo they don't have. So they're basically taking out like IOUs, like, oh, well, don't worry, I'll pay you back for all this ammo I'm using. They're not going to be able to, because they're not going to be able to probably get the price much lower. And if they do, I mean, that's good for us because we just, next time you get money, you put stuff in there because they owe too many shares. And at some point they have to cover them. And I know people are like, well, GameStop didn't have to cover them. Like GameStop ran up to like 180 and then people couldn't afford the shares anymore. At $4 a share and them trying to push it down into the threes, like, you can afford more shares down here for retail. If a couple of retail, at those prices, you can get a couple hundred for, $1,000. Like that's power because more retail finds out about this play. More retail, comes in after this weekend. They're going to be pushing the T plus 3s into next week. They're going to be pushing the, T plus 5s into next week. And that means that by Tuesday of next week, all these options are going to come due. All the ones that were bought on Thursday are going to come due on Tuesday also, I think. And then maybe Wednesday. But the buying pressure next week is going to be immense because all the stuff that they kicked down the road trying to like make sure they could get the price under control, it's failing. And you can see it in the options chains because at some point you guys are going to start buying all the 2s and all the 3s and all the 4s behind this, and they're going to owe all those millions of shares. And once again, I'm not telling you guys what to buy. I don't know what to buy. You guys do your own due diligence and figure it out. But I'm personally just buying deeper in the money calls and making them given to me because, honestly, they don't have the shares. I mean, we're looking at millions and millions of shares on a stock that doesn't have millions and millions of shares to trade. They know it. I think, retail's starting to learn it because they're understanding kind of the DD and going, oh, They can't do that. There's no possible way they can afford to do that. They could try shorting the entire float, and they probably already have. And they're just hoping that people will watch the price and get out. Go, well, it's pump and dump. It's not. Like, I've showed you the facts. The facts is it's not a pump and dump. The facts is that these right here, like the entire option chain is just getting stacked, and every day, and we're just starting to break out of like a wedge right now, and we'll see if we get some volume here. But like, yeah, it's how is this a possible gamma squeeze? Okay, so the way gamma squeezes work is basically, and you kind of have to understand the Greeks a little bit, but I'll do my best to kind of explain it. All that's happening is the price of the stock is going to start moving up. And when the price of the stock moves up, you also are then going in the money on call options. So, for example, I'll pull up the spreadsheet from 2 hours ago now. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I closed it. I'll open it again. So this is not my normal. Normally I do all this stuff from my work computer, but I don't have my work computer today because I am at home. So I will try to show you this the best I can without blocking all the stuff. Let's see if we can make that work. Okay. I'll keep somewhat of the price in line, keep somewhat of the chart so we can kind of see what's going on. Okay. So just to show you guys, yellow is in the money. That means these are all the things that are in the money. Now, this was an hour ago, so the 450s are no longer in the money, but the $4 ones are. So at the end of today, those people who are deciding to let these things expire in the money, those market makers should have these shares already hedged. Now, if they go in the money at the end of the day, those shares will be owed by Tuesday of next week. So let's take a look at some of the numbers. Now, we don't know if these are all bullish because some you can buy bearish calls. I know retail kind of it struggles to, but there are bullish calls and there are bearish calls, and there are bullish puts and there are bearish puts. But basically, let's just pretend that like you can take 80% off of each one of these and just, but most of the time call options are used by retail. And so that's why I think most of these are probably bullish. So let's take this one. If you add the 9, let's pull out a calculator too so we can get the math right. Oops. So here we go. All right. Hopefully everyone can see still. Okay. No, I can't see the keys, but let's just try it. 92, what is that? 98 plus 7016. And there may be even more than this now. Okay, so you take that number, the 16,000 contracts, and you times it by 100. And that tells you that next week, if we finish over $4 a share, and all these people that had those calls, let them expire in the money, that 1.6 million shares will be due to retail or whoever's holding these contracts. If that makes sense. So then go down the next one, the 350s. You have another, or was that the 350s? That was the 350s. So if we go now and look at the fours, we'd have another like 1.4 million that are due. And if we were over 450, then that'd be another like not quite. We're not quite there yet, but like another like 100,000. Was it like 700,000? So you kind of get like 3 million shares will be due next week on a stock that doesn't have any utilization. Has been 100 since March 8th, so they have no shares. So you are now looking at having to deliver 3 million shares potentially to people that you didn't think that you're going to have to deliver those shares. And then what's going to end up happening is they're going to push the price up. So as the price gets pushed up now, say, for example, in next week. So if we finish, let's just say we finish at 420 this week. That means all the fours here are in the money. That means that, 420. So we would, all these right here down would be in the money. So that means those would be owed to retail by Tuesday of next week. Then what ends up happening is, so next week comes around Monday, they have to start buying. So just like we had this Monday, they all of a sudden would push the price up. Well, when the price gets pushed up into these areas right here, now all of these are in the money. So the gamma squeeze is basically what's happening is the change from the delta and the change from the gamma. These all of a sudden start getting in the money. So now you have to start hedging those too. So now the ones from last week are getting hedged. These ones now are starting to have to get hedged, and it's going to start pushing up the price even higher. And then as you go down, you're going to see more and more call options getting, in the money as the high price gets higher. And then it's like a self-feeding loop, because as the price gets higher, there's more and more options that are in the money. So what we're going to see then is, let me pull this aside because we're actually getting some buying now. So what you're going to see is it kind of moves through. We need to break through the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. Correct. And I think we are right now. Yeah, we're over it right now. And that comment was a couple of minutes ago. So yeah, we're getting through it right now. Do you expect interesting power hour with us dumping more sideways? So at this point right now, I think they need to buy. They did this yesterday. If you actually look at the charts from yesterday and today, my guess would be they'd be somewhat similar. Was it here? They tried dumping. No, it was this one right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. So this was our down day, right? Or was it this one? I can't remember which one it was. We figured out the days. This was Monday. So this was Monday right here. We had the nice bull flag up, consolidated, and then they pushed the price down. We still finished, I think, like up 6%. This was our down day. They gapped down a little bit, and then they pushed the price down. Then we kind of recovered at the end of the day. Yesterday, though, they did push us down in the morning, and what you will see is right around 12:30, and that's about the same time right now. Then they had to buy all afternoon, and I think what's going to end up happening is same thing. They push the price down, and then we're going to start curling over, and then we're going to probably at least hover around here. My guess is 450 would be the battleground, unless they can really push the price down right now, and then not have to cover. I mean, maybe they've de-hedged themselves completely, but there we go. Let's see. Let me go back to the 1 minute. Okay, but yeah, we're now over the 20, and yeah, we're going to be heading up. So my guess is, so VWAP's up here at like 450. And that's where I think the battle is going to be. It's going to be either 4 or it's going to be 450. It's going to be somewhere in between those two. And it's going to all, Yeah, and Acid just said he's got 50 contracts expiring for 50 cents today. He goes, find me those contracts. And they're going to have to. They're going to have to find all these contracts. Let's see. Synthetics. Hold on. There's more. I missed some stuff. Okay. That is it, and why I didn't get into GME. Yeah, so GameStop for a lot of people looked like it was a sucker's route thing, but they didn't understand the mechanics behind it. Of course, deep fucking value understood it, and so because he actually was an industry professional, so he was like, oh, there's no way these guys can cover, and so he saw 220% on. I think it was the short interest, and then institutions owned like 120% of the stock. There was no possible way that they were going to get away with this, and so he exploited it as far as like just telling retail, like, listen. And I remember people were joking with me yesterday, but I was telling them like I skipped over DFV's initial DD because I saw him say that he was buying GameStop, and I rolled when I was in Wall Street Bets, and I was like, that guy's going to lose a lot of money. And then the price moved up, and I was like, that's weird. And then it kept moving up into the teens, and I think around like 12, I actually read the DD, and I was like, that's interesting. And I think I bought it in the like late teens, and I was like, okay, he's on to something here. And I started researching, and I was like, yeah, he's absolutely right. This thing's going to go up. So, but yeah, with this, if you missed GameStop, this is a very similar setup where they don't have enough shares. And he knew that back then, which is why he was smiling and drinking. And, every night when he had made hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, he was having the time of his life because he knew that they couldn't cover possibly with the volume that they were putting out and that there was going to be so many shares due. Same thing here. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. Crypto. Let's see. Would there be any effect with the market being closed next Friday? Oh, wait. Yeah, let's take a look. I mean, so let's see. The 14th is when the expiry is for next week, which would be Thursday. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just one day sooner. That's it. It's not going to affect anything except for they'd have one more day to kind of like weasel out. But, I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. Do they have a legal way or a legal way out? I mean, they're trying to use the illegal way out right now. They're trying to naked short so retail gets freaked out and spooked. But, I mean, what it comes down to is, like, I don't think retail's spooked anymore because retail has already gone through GameStop. They've already gone through AMC. They've seen how the market works. And when someone comes through and tells them exactly what's going on, they don't need to be scared. And they don't, like, when they look at the reason I keep telling everyone, stop looking at the price. The price doesn't matter. They control the price. What they can't control is FTDs. They can't control the failure to deliver, because right now they're going to owe millions of shares on a stock that doesn't have millions of shares to give. And the only way to get those shares would be for them to go to the market, which means that the price will start getting driven up because they can't find anybody to sell to them right now. So they're going to have to, the price will go up and the price will go up, and then nobody's still selling and the price will go up. And so that's when you see, until we find these pockets of, liquidity where they actually want to sell, you're going to see this particular stock just shoot up until the people decide, okay, that's enough profit, and they'll let, but they don't need to. Like in this case, they have millions of shares they need to buy, and I'm not planning on selling my shares right now because I think the company's way undervalued, and like it is what it is. I know the numbers. I've been watching them for months, and they were naked shorting this stock, and they owe more shares than they're telling everyone they owe. And when they get margin called at some point, because these cost of borrows are just increasing, they're going to get squeezed out of their position, and the company will be able to generate tons of cash, and the balance sheet will look great, and they'll be able to do M&A, mergers and acquisitions, and they'll be in a much better place. And honestly, you could hold your shares long probably, because if they raise like $1 billion in cash they could probably get themselves quickly out of the debt they're in. They'll get themselves out of they'll just be a cash-centric business that they could acquire a bunch of really profitable companies and do whatever they want. Yeah, so right now it's cooling off. Yep. F fund size. We had hit over 70 on the 1 minute RSI, so it's going to cool off now. Excuse me, I'm going to eat some yogurt. Have I ever talked directly to him? Is it possible to know your position? Who did deep effing about? No, he doesn't talk to anybody. I had actually written him months ago about Aterian. I said, I believe these guys were getting naked shorted similar to GameStop. And I said, I presented my case, and I sent him facts, and I never heard back from him. And I'm sure he doesn't. He's got like a gag order or something on from the SEC. But I did at least attempt to try to reach out to him. So who knows? Maybe someday, maybe someday I will have an experience like him where I will be in this situation where I'm like, I saw something that other people didn't, and I stuck to my convictions, and I was right. Like, these guys cheated, and they cheated last year when they drove the stock down on the warrants that they didn't have and shares they didn't have, but they knew they were going to get from the high dilution. And then from there, they've been using naked shorts to push down the price and shake retail out. Let's see. Where can I see bids and asks? Bids and asks are actually right here. So if you're watching the stream, the bid side is here, and this is the ask side. And then up here is a visual representation. So what you'll see is right now they've got a buy or a sell wall right here at 450. So they don't want the stock to go back over 450. That's what the bears are trying to keep from happening. If enough buying pressure comes through and breaks through that, but they're going to need some volume to break through that wall. So the bulls will need to come out at some point and actually say, hey, listen, we need to slap the ask. And that's basically saying, I don't care what the share price is, just give me all the shares you can. And that will come in waves. Let's see. How long did it take GME to blast off? It actually took weeks and months, if you guys don't know that. They started all the process, I believe, in November or December the year before. And but here's the difference. GameStop did not have the attention that Aterian has right now. So GameStop in the beginning was a bunch of people eye-rolling because retail would never squoze anyone, ever, because that was just unheard of. It was something that industry professionals did to each other, and retail had zero idea how it all worked. Deep fucking Value actually, he taught retail how to squeeze, which no one had ever really done from the retail side. People would get interested in the stock. And so, for example, Tesla inadvertently squeezed shorts because of retail investors, because retail just said, we like this guy, we like his product, we're willing to buy at any price. They didn't know they were really squeezing anybody. They were just doing it because they liked the company. And it ended up causing huge issues for these short sellers because they were like putting out FUD articles left and right. They were saying, "Hey, listen, this company is going to zero. It's garbage. This guy doesn't know what he's doing." And they would write these pieces, and retail was like, "Yeah, we like Elon Musk. He's a smart guy." And they would just they knew he made money on PayPal, and that's all they cared about. And they were like, "We think he can do electric cars." And they had a good vision, and so they pitched it well. The marketing team did a good job, and retail stuck around. And through thick and thin, like I bought, I think, shares at 60. 60 and then 80, I think, were the two times I bought Tesla when it was like pretty early on. And, obviously I've done well with that. But it's one of those things where retail inadvertently squeezed Tesla. And the difference now is between GameStop back then and, obviously now with Aterian is retail knows a lot more than we did. Like when I saw that thing on GameStop, I had heard of short squeezes because of the show Billions and knew that Bobby Axelrod was getting squozed by his competitor over one of the, I think it was like a shipping company or something like that. But like, that's all I really knew about short squeezes. It was just kind of like mentioned in like movies and shows about finance. Defucking Value taught basically the world about this industry that most of us didn't know, and it was super, super interesting. So yeah, and I agree. I think buyers do need to step in pretty soon. It'd be good to see that. If not, their shorts are going to knock it back down and try to get it back inside that channel. But getting back to the story, so yeah, like if on your, I'm just reading through some of these. Yeah, I don't talk about my position or anything like that. The bounce, yeah, we bounced. Bid ask, we saw that. How long did it take GME to blast off? I think they started in November. December rolled around, and they were still like in the process, because I think Ryan Cohen had bought a huge amount of shares up, which it started the process of the squeeze. And before that, actually, even more interesting, Michael Burry, Dr. Burry from the Short Squeeze or the Big Short, he actually had advised GameStop to do a share buyback because it took him so long to get his actual shares. Because these guys, when they buy them, they actually get them in their own names. Like these CEOs or these like big guys, they don't let like brokers do this. They actually get those shares in their own names. So when Burry asked to sell his share or to locate his shares on GameStop, they couldn't find it for him for like months. And so he went to the board of GameStop because he was involved in it and said, "You guys need to do a share buyback to reduce the float because I think there's naked shorting going on here." And then he exited for 60% profit or something like that. And that was fine for him. Like that's the type of trader he is. I think he was probably surprised on how big it was, because I think he would have stayed in if he knew what it would have done. Because I mean, he had positions at like $3 and $5 a share with GameStop. If he'd known it was going to run like 500, pre-market, he probably would have held on, obviously. But that did expose a whole bunch of things. So like once that happened in, I think it was like November, it started this process of like the GameStop started slowly rising in price, and then retail finally was understanding what DFV was doing, and then from there it slowly happened until but people were buying in not understanding the mechanics of it. So like it took a lot of people a long time to kind of come around to it. And it even took me a while to actually like, once I read his DD, I was like, oh, I understand it now. But like, and then since then, people have been looking around, and most of these ones on the subs, are just pump and dumps. They just people are like, oh, this is a great ticker, and they don't mention the warrants. They don't mention like, there are people just going through and knowing that they can move a stock, but this one in particular, when I caught interest on them, and then I noticed what was happening, there's been a volume discrepancy on the stock for basically since I've seen it, and it didn't exist when it was like 48 a share. It started existing basically when retail took interest in like August, like I think it was like July, August, retail started taking interest in Aterian last year, and I noticed their price divergence started really then. So I've been tracking it since then, and I've been saying like something's off here, and I know it's off. All right, so 1 p.m. Let's see, is it 1 p.m.? Yep, 1 p.m. right now. So we got 3 hours left. I think we go back and we test the VWAP. That's personally where I think the next move is. Right now, we're sitting above some of the, EMAs and the SMAs, which is exponential moving averages and simple moving averages. My guess would be they're going to go back and test VWAP and see if they can break through it. Because if they do that, then it's going to put it over the 450 mark again. And if you're a bull, you want it to be over 450 because then those ones start having to get hedged once they get into the 460s and 480s. All those 458s have to be hedged by today if they're expiring today. And if those people want those and want those shares, then they're going to end up, having to hedge, and that will push the price up. And if they push that price up, then five's on the table. If we finish this day over 5, next week is going to be explosive. Even if we finish the day over basically 4, the day is going to be explosive. And even if we finish over 350, it will be very explosive next week because the sheer amount of call options that are in the money right now are going to cause buying pressure next week. And they're going to have to locate those shares. So let's see how everything is going on the chat. Let's see. A lot of people say that they never delivered FTDs on AMC. So they actually did deliver FTDs on AMC. And the problem is this. They were able to reset the FTDs with the shares that were sold at the money because AMC's had 2 at the money offerings. And every time they have an FTD pileup, Adam Aron sells into that. It could have squoze if he had just left it, but he sold into those, those buying times each time. And even the one time when it was not like it was going to squeeze, he sold, shares at that point when it was just slightly rising, which I disagreed with, and I didn't particularly like it. What would you say, what would be our process would be much quicker due to our float size? Yes, our float size is actually smaller than GameStop's. Yes, that is true, because GameStop at the time was, Wall Street Bets, just so some of you guys know, Wall Street Bets, Aterian's market cap right now is $272 million. I think you need a market cap of $1 billion or over to post on Wall Street Bets. So these guys, they're not able to see this. So it's interesting because, obviously if you have 11 million people inside that room, they're not all online at the same time, but if they found out about this play, it would get very, very spicy very quickly because these are the type of YOLO situations that they love. They just don't know about this yet. I mean, at some point, they'll probably hear rumors down the line when they, some of the smarter ones have probably already jumped on and kind of looked at it. But if you get those Wall Street Bets guys in here with like their call options and their YOLOs, and if they started actually buying like in the money stuff and some of the out of the money stuff, you're going to cause a gamma ramp, and that gamma ramp will send us basically into the teens and if not higher. At this point, this stock is a ticking time bomb, and anyone that actually knows anything about market mechanics knows this. The shorts know it, the longs know it, because there's an institution or two behind this. What you saw on Monday, there was an immense amount of in-the-money calls being bought up. And I'll tell you right now, that was not retail. Retail does not have that kind of firepower right off the bat. Like, we help contribute a tiny bit, but somebody is squeezing out these shorts, and they're trying to do it for as low a price as possible. All right, so we're at 66 million in volume, and I think volume was going to start picking up again because I think this is the battleground. So my exit strategy at this point, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at seeing if shorts are actually covering. Until I start seeing shorts covering, which means that they're buying huge chunks right now and not shorting it back down, I want to see a day where we're not over 50% short interest daily volume. I want to see a day where we're at like 20% short interest volume because they've just had to buy all day long. those are the days right there that I'm looking for. And we need to see a lot of them because they have so many millions of shares. They're going to try to tell us that, oh, this was the squeeze. It's going to push up to 12 and be like, that was the squeeze. That's not the squeeze. If we're tracking all the numbers like we have been, and we will, the entire Discord is looking into this. We're all keeping track of this. Like, if you guys, do you care about the money, or do you care about being that guy? Honestly, I don't think I'm that guy. Like, I'm just a regular dude. Like, I am nothing special. I don't have any background in finance. I don't have, like, I'm just somebody that picked up on this stuff. I love it. I've been trading stocks for years, but I was really just investing. The last couple of years, I've really been trading. And I mean, I would just like to see a company not get taken advantage of, because I feel like that's what happened here. I feel like these guys employ like 200 people, and these shorts basically were like, we're going to put this company under. Yeah. The 72 people right now, we need to tell 5 people about this DD. And so, yeah, I mean, and that's how it starts. It's a grassroots thing. Like, and not everyone's going to believe me. I get a ton of downvotes, and I get a ton of people that are like, you're an idiot. And I hear that all the time. Like, but I am right about this. The markets are not fair. They're tilted in the direction of the big guys. Retail does not get a fair shake. And it's very rare that there are situations where we are the ones looking at them and going, yeah, we saw what you did, and we're calling your bluff. And GameStop was one of them. AMC was one of them. And this is another one of them. And it happens from time to time where they mess up. Like, they absolutely mess up. And that's what's going to end up happening is these guys shorted shares that didn't exist. And when it comes down to it, it is what it is. Like, they need to figure out how to get these shares to these people, because they're going to all come due next week. And next week, if more people are buying in, it's going to move the stock even higher. And that's what a gamma squeeze is. And at this point right now, it's just going to get so out of control. And all these, the IV and the options is going to explode. And it's still not even that bad. It's high, but it's not that bad. Can I give a short roadmap for options trading? Once again, I am not a financial professional. I am not giving financial advice. I don't even know I'm the best person to explain options to you guys. And so if you want, you can go inside the Discord. DZ Moneyman's got a really good handle on, and I even gave him the title The Options Guy, because he has a much better handle of this. But I can give you at least a breakdown of, like, if you were to do something quick. All right, so if you were to go to your, like, trading thing and you were like, okay, I'll give you my personal example. If I was looking at the options chains today, let me pull up an options chain real quick, and I'll show you guys. You're going to have to excuse me. I'll try to put it here so I don't block anything that's important. All right. So next week, because obviously this is today. So we're like, 2 hours away from this right here. So this has basically been all hedged up and it should be hedged up right now. If we get above 450 for that, then that's going to change things and probably push us a little bit higher. But for next week, let me see if I can zoom in here. All right. If I was looking at this, I would say they're going to do their best to try to push down the price. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. So if I was going to buy an in-the-money call, I would probably buy either 3 or 350 calls, depending on where we are. Now, if we're above 4, like right now we're pushing the 450 mark. So I would have maybe considered $3 calls at this point right now. If we were above like 4 pushing to 5, I might consider 350 calls. And that's just because I want things that are, I think, deemed safer. And that's just my personal way of doing it. If I'm going to trade a short-term option, I'm going to make sure that it's deep enough in that money where I feel secure that if they were trying to really dump down, that they're not going to be able to get my calls out of the money. They're going to stay in the money. For example, though, if I was to look at next week's, like the week after's, I might buy a $4 call for next week. And a bunch of like $4 calls from next week. And then 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out, I might buy a 450. And that's how I usually play options. I might do a YOLO at like 10. That like
I'll buy a couple hundred shares at 10 just to be like, if that thing runs, then that's where I'm going. But, it is what it is. Let's see. Red Devils bought. Yeah, volume is insane. OI on the ninth, there's 1,900 contracts on that, and they're definitely not fully hedged. Yeah, so DZ Moneyman just looked at the options chains, and I'll kind of explain this right now. So he was looking at, I think it was this one, these 350s, and he's saying there's no possible way that they've hedged all these right here, these 350s. And there's going to be probably close to 19. My numbers are outdated. He was looking at it. But basically, if we close anywhere above 420, the gamma over the weekend is going to magnify from 0.03 to 0.06, meaning that there's going to be close to 100 to 200K shares needing hedged right off the bat on that chain. So he's basically telling you that immediately on Monday, if we finish over 420, that there's going to be instant buying pressure based off of the gamma. So they're going to owe a lot of, just so many things. Like it's going to get disgusting. And it all depends on what. So they're going to try. Their goal for today may not be 4. It may be trying to get it under 420, and that's probably what they're aiming for. Is they need to get this stock under 420 because that's where the smart money knows that they are going to have to buy shares immediately on Monday, which will send the stock in more people's eyes. Because right now we're up 14%. This will run up probably just off the. It would probably be in the 5s by the time they finish buying those like 100 to 200K shares off the bat. Because I think at this point, not a lot of people are willing to sell because they think the stock can go higher. And if they dip, it's going to go higher. Like these shorts have put themselves in a really, really dangerous position. And so have the market makers because I don't think they've hedged. And so as you'll see, the higher this price goes, the more things that go in the option. Let me look at the DD. Let's see. On the time sales chart, what do the colors mean? The white colors? Are you talking about this chart right here? Ninja? So the white here, just versus this color, white means it's out of the money, and yellow means it's in the money. So what you're going to see is, I try to sometimes do yellow as in the money and red as burned. So at this point right now, the 5s are burned. So all this open interest here and all these volume, they're all going to get burned unless we skyrocket at the end of the day. All these puts, though, are going to get burned as well. So all the people that were bearish on this saying like, oh, it's going to go back down to $2 a share, they're all going to lose their money on this. All the premiums, all the bets on those. Oh, the one on the right, so Weeble, sorry. All right, what are you saying over here? Let me see if I read that again. What does the white colors? Oh, so are you talking about these ones right here? These are percentages. If I expand it a little bit, I think, let's see, it's supposed to be like percentage. It's the ratio of where things were bought and sold. I've had to reduce it because I didn't want to move this around too much. But, I guess we can keep it. Let's see if I can make it a little smaller. If you want, we can leave it like that. You guys like that better? Do you think this will mimic the September one or go higher? It could mimic this September one. That's very, very possible. In Discord, I'll put the 4.8 also. Okay, thank you. Yeah, those options are getting spicy. Yeah, I think a $5 call for 520 is probably going to be in the money by the time that rolls around. That's just my guess. But once again, not financial advice. I've also got $5 at November, so but those were bought a long time ago. And actually, we bought some more recently. All right, so they're sending me an updated chart. Okay, so let's take a look and see. The volume is insane. Yeah, I mean, we're getting some volume, and I'm guessing a lot of it's probably bullish, even though they're going to short. The price would indicate that, you know, right, at least in the current trend. But we broke out of this downtrend, so we are now back in an uptrend, and they're going to try to break it down here. But I don't know if they're going to be able to, because I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to get down to here, and we're going to bounce off the 60, and unless they may really try to hit it, because you can see right here on the MACD, they're really trying to push this down right now, and we're going to see it. So far, it's bounced off the 60 moving average right now. So let's see what they end up doing. But you see right here, the OBV is up, but the ADL, I mean, they're both slumping right now, but like, I like it when you can view them together. But people are buying in. Like, this is people buying in, and they're still trying to push down the price. So, like, if you actually look at divergences, let me see if I can actually get my other one up. So, yeah, and anyone that's like, so I just glanced over at my chart. Somebody had asked me to look up SST earlier. They are down right now 12%. And I understand. And like I said, it's a high risk, high reward move. And so for some people, that's what they wanted. They saw the numbers. I told people, though, I've been doing this stuff. I've been watching it for months. Like, this is the way that you're going to end up being, you know, you're buying near the bottom. It's a much safer move than SST. And, you know, I know people are upset. And I actually played them yesterday because I thought, you know, it was worth call options. And I played them and they won. So that was good. But at this point right now, to me, it's too high risk reward. So I'm going to take down that. I'm going to put Aterian up on this. And we're going to take a look. No, not grain water. Aterian. All right. And I'll kind of show you guys a different chart and a different view. And we're going to move this real quick. All right. So this is more recently. So here was our low. We bounced off this like 210 mark, and I think that was our spring. And slowly we've kind of been going here. And each one of these big red days is usually an OPEX, meaning that the shorts were fine. They were like, okay, we'll have a little bit of buying pressure. We sucker in these guys and get some calls, and then we'll burn them. And that's what they've been doing the last couple of weeks. Is every Friday they just burn out call options, and this is the first week that it looks like they're going to lose max pain, because we haven't, for 7 months straight, we've only had one time it didn't fall in max pain, because these guys we had no volume on the stock, and they were winning every single time. So what we're going to end up seeing, though, is let me go back a little bit and show you, zoom out. Come on. All right, so here was our earnings. So we actually, you know, once again, earnings weren't that bad, so we actually had a Lego spike, and they shorted it down. And I thought I did this yesterday. Maybe I am. Let's do this. Let's add a study. I want to see. Okay, let me see. Let's add some stuff. I'll show you guys kind of how I view things sometimes. Let's pull up the. Let's see, on balance. Oops. Put the on balance on there. We're going to put down the accumulation distribution line. We're also going to put down money flow. I just want you guys to see this. We're going to move money flow into the same line as that. We're going to move on balance down to here, and then have them all in the same line. Except for we need to go to this one. Yeah, we want that to be a line so you guys can see it. All right, so we're going to make consolidation be yellow, and I don't like blue though, so let's use purple. So two very different colors. All right, and I'll show you guys something interesting. All right, and we're going to make money flow. We're going to make that green. I don't know why this didn't save. I did this yesterday and it didn't save for some reason. Make money flow green, and on balance, we're going to make like a white. That's close enough. Let's make it that white. All right. So let's take a look at something. So right here, recently, you see this uptick in money flow, but you look and you see that this money flow never went away. That means that people bought in way back here. Oh wait, look at this, and this is the stuff I'm talking about, and this is why I think this is going to be pretty interesting. What's going to end up happening? So this entire time when Aterian was in a free fall, right? Nobody was really paying attention to it. The short interest wasn't that high. It was no big deal. They had a little thing right here where they, shorts really went after it. They hit here, and this was like the spring test. And then something interesting happened. Right around here, retail started getting interested in Aterian. And as retail started getting interested, now it's showing down here. So as retail starts getting interested, imagine retail being the white and the green bars. And the price, though, is the purple and yellow. So for a second, all these things converged all together, right? So the price is running up, price is running up. As you can see, the price is running up, price is running up. Now, this is where I think all the fuckery happened. So they decide we need to get this stock down. So they start naked shorting right here. Right here, they start naked shorting. And they don't have the shares yet off the dilution. So they start pushing the price down there. Now we have another run up because retail's still interested. So you see even more money coming in from retail. That's the green and this white. And you see this, and it doesn't fucking go down like it should. Like you would expect it to eventually trail down with the price and then be down here where the price is. Because purple is basically the price ignoring volume. White line is the volume with the price together. And the green is how much money is flowing in or out of the stock. Well, guess what? That means that retail never fucking left. Retail didn't leave. They stayed in here. Yeah, it drooped a little bit, but like that's retail selling off in like chunks. But for the most part, retail held on to this stock. So now you've been seeing here, you've got all this like chopping around. They've just been pushing down. Every time there's a price increase, they push it down. And they just keep naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting. Now they're convincing retail slowly to sell, and that's why you see these lines starting to droop. But right here, which is where we are, right here, you see the volume pick up, and you see the price now having to climb because now they've gotten caught. But the retail never left the play, and now there's even more money flowing in, and they've hit the top. We're at 100%. We can't even there's more money flowing in on a stock that already had a huge amount. So when I'm telling you this, I'm basically telling you that retail got cheated last year, and they tried to trick everyone and tell everyone that the Aterian's done. It was this horrible play. You guys are all idiot investors, and they never closed their positions. They just left them open and trying to shake retail out. And retail, because we're stupid, didn't leave. And so we have held on this long. I mean, you can see retail sold off in waves, but the money didn't flow out of there really until, it just never has. Like the money that came in on this spike never left. And look at it. Like the money that came in, the retailers that came in just never left fully. And so they've pushed down this price, and they've been naked shorting all these little things down here because this is the price ignoring volume. They just keep pushing the price down until finally, boom. And now look what they're doing. They are now shorting when money's flowing in. This is naked shorting. They are pushing down the price even though money flow is up and volume is up with the price is up. They are trying to trick you into saying, hey, listen, so I'm just showing you on an indicator. There's plain daylight. They are basically robbing you and trying to push down the price without actually locating shares. These are all naked shorts. I hope that makes sense to anyone that was listening. Let me know if that sounds about right to anyone. Let's see, anyone talking in the YouTube or Should I take a break? Nobody's really talking. Yeah, I mean, this is what I've been tracking. I've been keeping spreadsheets on this stuff. I mean, I can show you. Like, I mean, I've been keeping detailed logs of this stuff, and that's what's the truth is. Look at this. Like, we've been tracking all this stuff for months. You know, at some point they shorted 81% of the daily volume. Like, this is insane. We track all this stuff. We track the gaps. We track like the inside ownership. We're tracking institutionals. Like, we've been very detail oriented on this. We know how many mutual funds are holding, selling. This is all stuff that I know why this company's gone down, and it's because they've naked shorted this company so badly, and now they can't afford to let anyone see what they did. Because if we see what they did, this stock will be in the 50s, because that's the truth of it. Like, they owe millions of shares that they don't have. And if retail keeps buying and buying and buying these things, they're going to have no choice but to actually go out and they're going to save this company. Like, inadvertently, the shorts who are trying to put it under are going to end up making this company insanely rich. And then if you bought your shares at $2 a share and now they have $1 billion in cash, like, your asset is now worth like 20x what it was. And you may not even, this may be a situation where you don't want to sell these shares. You want to actually hold them and keep them because they still have to buy more. Like, it's insane. And it all depends on how many naked shorts they have. And they may have tens of millions. They may have like 20 million naked shorts on this thing. They may have even more. Who knows? Like, I've been keeping rough numbers where I think they're at, but like, whew, I mean, they've got 10 million legally shorted right now. That's the truth. They got 10 million that they have to account for, and then they have a lot more that they're not accounting for. How do you think we're getting 60% shorted volume each day on a stock that has had utilization at 100%, meaning that there are no shares anywhere, and they're shorting, what was it, 95 million shares, but in 2 days? Like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, so I appreciate it. Clear as jello. Someone just bought 1,700 shares. Yeah, I mean, at this point right now, they're going to have such a hard time finding any shares. Like, they could have every institution, honestly, they could have every institution say, we're going to help you out and sell our shares. It doesn't matter. Retail owns the entire float. Retail owns probably 2x or 3x the entire float. And it's insane. Like, it's literally insane to think about. Like, how could that even happen? Like, but it's because the way we do things, it allows criminal activity, and nobody's helping with any of this stuff. All right, let me go down to make sure nobody's talking. So what is the point of the options chains? Yeah, so right now, and this is something that you'll learn, when you buy your shares through a broker, they're not going to help on buying pressure. All that those shares will end up doing is help on the back end on the FTDs, because when your broker can't find them, they will end up as a failure to deliver. Can they create synthetic shares from the dark pool and sell them to the market? So they're actually not even creating synthetic share. Well, I mean, so the way you create a synthetic share is you buy it. It's done through the options chain. So you buy a long, like a call, and then you buy like a short put, and then you basically put them together. Or maybe I have that backwards, but you basically are able to combine a call and a put that have a delta that's close to 1, and that basically is the same thing as, with like a slight variation of like, maybe it's like 97 cents on the dollar, but it basically equates to a real share. So when these guys go to try to reset these FTDs, they will go, well, we have these shares, and they will basically present a synthetic share to them and say, see, we can cover right now if we need to. and they will go, oh, okay. But really, all they did was they bought it up in the options. And that's what they're doing. When you see these option chains getting stacked like this, they're trying to hide short interest right now. And what you're going to see is they're going to try to attack this as much as they can and hope that retail loses interest. And as long as we have the facts on our side, I'm not closing my position. I'm going to keep adding to it. And honestly, these guys are going to try to drive the price down through every and any method they can. And they're going to be wrong, because all it takes now is some institution to be like, you know what? I think Aterian's going to raise a shitload of cash on this. It'd probably be a smart time to buy when they're still $4 a share. And their stuff goes to the lit exchange. You don't have to worry about that, or they'll buy it through a dark pool, but they'll still have to be owed those shares, and there's not shares for them. And the more and more this gets out, the more and more they'll realize that they're in trouble. I mean, they probably already know they're in trouble, but like, these guys are in serious trouble. These shorts and these market makers that have been basically colluding together to help like hide the short interest, because it's way higher than it's being reported. Like, I've been watching this stock for months. And we've gone back in the data, we've scraped it, and they've been doing this for a long time. But what's funny is they didn't start really shorting the stock until retail entered it. So when it was $48 a share, they didn't have any interest in shorting it. But when it got down, and when retail pushed it up, they started shorting and naked shorting heavily. And that's what's going to get them in trouble now, because I think retail at this point is starting to understand how this all works. And maybe my DDs are helping, and I'm hoping that they do. I put a lot of pictures in them, and I hope that people understand them. But like, these guys are, and yeah, right now they're trying. And somebody just posted this inside the Discord. They have been buying. Let's see, May 20th, $15 puts, or sorry, 1150 puts, 1150 puts. Or no, these aren't. That's the amount, right? Sorry, these are $15 puts. So right now they're running out of shares, so they're having to do May 20th $15 puts to try to push the price down. So one way of pushing the price down, besides bid slamming, naked shorting, or just shorting if you could locate the shares, or using short exempt, is you can buy deep in the money puts that are coming up soon. Like 1 month out is a great example, because those ones should be a delta of like close to 1. At this current price right now, a $15 put would basically push down the price just like a short would. So now they're having to spend, though, a lot of money to do this. So they're now like getting desperate because they can't locate the shares. The shares are getting way too expensive for them to borrow, and they're having to buy out of the money puts that maybe someday are going to get burned. So they're using a lot of ammo right now to try to keep this down. And that's interesting. So if you go inside the Discord, you can actually see Lax just posted them. Like literally like 32K, 15K, 23K. They're using puts basically to try to short the stock down. Level 2s. Holy shit. Yeah, somebody's going to town on puts. Yep, Lax found it. The volume aligns with what I'm seeing. Okay, he sees him now. It doesn't worry me in the slightest. That's probably one dude. Let's see. What's the point of them naked shorting it like they want to keep it down? Or do they? So if you're listening in home, my honest opinion is I don't think they can let this slide, because I think they have so much naked shorted over the last year that if this gets exposed, the stock price will just shoot astronomically high. Like, I mean, I'm talking about like to the moon high, because they would have to cover shares that they just don't have. I'm just reading through, but yeah, I was gonna say like, I think this they're fighting for their life. Like this could put their fund out of business, is my guess. Like depending on who's shorting it, if it's a smaller fund, this could put them under. Like a deal like this, if they went sideways, could put them under, because if they owe, for example, 30 million shares on a float that's 25 million, the price would go up like technically infinitely unless people wanted to sell. It feels like this could be life changing money for a lot of people. Because honestly, like we know the score. Like they may be showing like, oh, look at this. We're pushing down the price. We're still up 13%. Like we are up 13% right now, and even if we're up 0% and if we're down for the day, their cost to borrow keeps going up. They can't locate any shares. They're having to now spend money on puts to keep pushing the price down. They're starting to use naked shorts out of control. These FTDs are going to start piling up, and what you will see is the amount of FTDs that pile up going into next week and the week after are going to be insane. And so this is the start of what a short squeeze is. I mean, that's essentially what's happened is these guys got so greedy that they thought they could just push this stock into the ground, and then they would get all those naked shorts, they would all disappear into the what's it called, the warehouse where all the crime goes to hide and die. What was it? Something. There's a name for it. I can't remember it offhand. But it's like they have a specific name for a warehouse where they have unsettled things that never, but it basically shows naked shorting, but they always get to do it. Like it's happened many times. What are they going to do to kick the can, Daddy? I mean, what they're doing right now is kicking the can. Like my guess is they shorted probably at least between 52 and 60% of today's volume to try to push it down. That's my guess. And that would be probably like 40 million shares shorted on a obligation warehouse. That's it. Thank you, Tanner. Yeah, the obligation warehouse is where all that crime gets hidden in the DTCC, and that's what happens. I mean, someone now is trying to really push down the price. They're bid slamming. They're not trying to not let it run. I'm just looking right now. Those orders coming in. So a lot of these ones are getting neutralized. Yeah, so you can see what they're doing. Like on the time and sales, like if you start watching through, you can actually see them knocking out things. They're just a couple hundred shares at a time, trying to bid slam down, trying to keep the pressure from going. And on the other side, bulls already know that they're saving their ammo towards the end of the day. Like they want to push this over 450. They push it over 450. That's a victory for the bulls. Yeah, like somewhere around here-ish is where the real fight's going to be if the bulls are serious. If the bulls are not serious, and then we just popped up right there. So these guys are in trouble. And I'm just calling it as I see it. I don't have any expertise in this. I'm just telling you guys from my years of experience in trading, these guys are in deep trouble. And every second that goes by that more orders are coming in, it's getting worse. And the higher the price goes, the more attention it's going to draw across the market. And then when you have a couple million people looking at the same ticker like GameStop, that's when things get really, and you guys are early. Like you guys, some of you guys were here when all hope was gone and we were at that 210 mark and everybody was talking about selling. And I told you, I just said at this point it doesn't make sense. And I bet most of those people are very happy now that they didn't sell, because this is just the start. Because what's going to happen next week is going to be fireworks. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. This isn't Citadel. It will cover sooner than later. Yeah, I mean, my guess is, and I'm sure I saw some of the people that own puts on these, and it's going to be some of the bigger guys, and they're going to always go ahead and say, "Listen, we're going to fight this out as much as we want, but at some point, it just makes more sense to put more money on the call side and let it run, or at least to mitigate some of their losses." Because Citadel has a short position against this. Susquehanna, a couple other ones that I've seen have a large amount of puts against Aterian. And it's actually a lot of the Chicago-based ones, so there's a connection there. But I'm telling you now, this is a dangerous situation because the MACD just crossed over. Volume's starting to come back a little bit, and they're going to probably, if they push it over 250 going into the end of the day, they're going to be in a world of hurt going into next week. And the more and more people that learn about this, it's gonna be spicy. So, I told a bunch of my friends, I'm like, hey, listen, like stocks are pretty cheap still. You probably want to get in, and a lot of them bought a couple hundred shares or 1,000 shares, and that's the kind of thing that's going to happen over this weekend when people start talking. And that's a good question, Bingo. I would ask probably DC Moneyman if there's anything that he sees right now that's discounted on the options chains. Shorts are attacking money. Yeah, they're they're doing everything they can to keep this down. If you see this, I mean, you're seeing them trying to break through. These are the bulls trying to break through the 450. Here's 450, and look what they keep trying and they keep shorting it down. Keep trying, keep shorting it down. They can't let it go. If they let it go up into this area by close, it's fireworks next week. Like this is just the beginning, is what I can tell you. If we get over VWAP going into the end of the day, this is going to run, and this is going to run hard next week, and they're going to try to tell you that it's over at certain points next week. It's not done until we see them cover, and we need to see them cover plus some of those shares that we know are naked, because they are going to have FTDs piling up. There's going to be a run and a secondary run, and it's just going to be nuts. Can you please explain what you're talking about when you say the amount of shorts against half the volume? Yeah, so every single day, FINRA and the exchanges put out, and they're required to report daily short volume. That is the amount of times that a share is shorted. And so when you see numbers, though, like on the other day, I think we had like something like 65 million short volume that day. Well, this stock has been on the utilization of at 100 since March 8th. So there's no possible way, unless they were using the exact same, couple thousand or maybe 100,000 shares over and over and over again to short this, which doesn't make sense. That means they would have to short cover, short cover, short cover. They're basically taking out shorts that don't exist. And so that's what the thing is. Yeah, and so basically, but they report that short volume, and I track that every single day, and it goes into some of my due diligence. I think if you look at the Reddit due diligence, you will see I posted the numbers for the last couple days, and I highlighted in red and then orange. Okay, so let's do this. I need to, when Lambo, if you are heavy into next week's 750 calls, it's a little bit, I mean, those might go in the money, but they also might not. Like, once again, I'm not a financial professional. I should not give financial advice. They have a chance of going in the money, is what I'll tell you. Personally, I like deeper in the money calls. I think that, but there's a gamma ramp right now, and at the start of next week, those easily could go in the money, is what I can tell you. And you're right, they could. I would feel more confident with fives personally, but if this starts running, it's gonna go. And if it goes to 5, it will go to 750. If it goes to 750, it will go to 10. If it goes to 10, it will go to 12. It is what it is. So, let me do this. We need to. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to go, it's free. They're telling me to send the Discord link in case you guys want to go in there. We post a lot of charts in there, and it's a good group of we basically formed it. We all were in Aterian. I wanted a place for us to just kind of chat. And what I ended up doing was my thought was if we could gather a good group of traders that had, different backgrounds, different expertise, and bring them all together, we could become better traders ourselves. We would learn, teach each other. Yeah, that's fine. If you don't use Discord, that's totally fine. We actually use it because we can share charts. We can send each other screenshots of filings. It helps a lot when we're doing trades, and we actually post out ideas of new trades. Yeah, it's in the description, but I can also send it. So, or I did send it, but I'll send it one more time. There. So, I mean, if anyone's interested, that's where we do a lot of this due diligence. We do it together. That way, if one of us makes a mistake, other people can catch it. I think Rob caught me with, I had misquoted the warrants at 15. I think I told everyone it was 380. Really, it's 318 or it's 290K. And so he helped catch me on that. And so I make mistakes sometimes too. So what was this? 15? Something about 15? Okay. I would love to be in the chat, but someone's at a racetrack. Oh boy, hustle ups in the racetrack. That's cool. All right. Oh, look at that. We're testing VWAP. So this right here is our VWAP. We've now broken above our moving averages, and now we're either going to reject or we're going to break through. Based off volume, it looks like it's going to probably reject. Let's see, though. I would expect it to reject once, go back down, consolidate, and then try again. But let's see what it does. Because right now, shorts are going to try to push this down again. But we are above the 450, and some bull or somebody's buying good amounts here, or they're starting to have to hedge. They didn't get the fours, and now she's going to have to hedge all these, millions of shares that are going to be in the money, because we're getting close to the end of the day, and if they're not hedged and people want those shares, it's going to get messy on Monday and messy on Tuesday. So, like I said, it looks like it's bouncing off the VWAP right now. They're going to try to push it down. I'm going to take this a moment, though. So here's what I want you guys to do. I want you to think about popping that over the VWAP. If you've got money, if you wanted to push it, if you're buying shares, it's not going to do anything. But if you were buying in the money, close to like next week or the week after, those ones do things. Not financial advice. I'm not telling you what to do with your money. But my guess is it's going to reject off this one unless they really bring the volume. And then we're going to retest it at some point soon. But in the meantime, I'm going to grab some water and I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Everybody still here? Charlie, get off of my computer. Sorry, my dog is sitting next to me. I brought food down, and he is now hanging out right on my lap. Dude, you cannot have my food. All right, let's see. Okay, we're good. So yeah, like I called, it rejected off the VWAP. It will probably take another attempt or two if they can even get it. Because I'm guessing at this point, shorts are gonna, or not shorts, but market makers will be trying to use short exempts in the high amount to try to drive down the price. And you're gonna see probably a really big battle to try to make sure it stays under 450. And I think I called that out earlier. That my guess would be that's where the battle is today. They try to push it down under, to 4, but retail keeps buying and other people keep buying, so they're not gonna be able to do it. So the 450 is gonna be where they have to settle at. All right, so let's take a look. I hate GP but love Netflix series. SST getting pulled like the DJ guy said this morning on Reddit. What's going on with them? Okay, they're only down 5%. That's not bad. My dog does not know what I'm doing with Aterian. My dog is named Charlie, and Charlie is just staring at me, hoping I drop some chicken. All right, doggo, you can have some chicken, but then you have to go away. Okay, he got some chicken. Everyone's happy. Options crazy, 100K in premiums. Yep, it's going to be nuts going into next week, and I appreciate everyone that's in here. I'm not a YouTuber. For anyone that doesn't know, I called out sick the last 2 days. I was just going to take one day off and then kind of just cover just in case yesterday what was supposed to be T+3, and I was like, if people freak out, I just want to be here to kind of explain what's going on to them. And then it kind of carried over into today, where we're pushing back up on the VWAP, and let's see what happens here. Do we have enough volume to break through? We're going to need to see some big green volume candles here to break through that, because they've got sell walls right now at 455. They've got another big one at 458. 456 has a couple grand, like $3,000, 3,400. 457's got 2,300. So the biggest part right now is going to try to be breaking through this 455 mark. And so bulls are going to have to really just start slapping the ass to break it through. That means they're going to have to just say, I don't care what price you get it for me, get it to me now. And so what you'll see is it's going to keep rejecting off that VWAP. And this is all like algorithm trading. So like you'll see at this point, they may even throw like a huge sell wall right in front of it to even push it down so they can't reattempt it. Can we tip to keep you around? I mean, like, so here's the thing. So like, if I made more money doing this than I do at my job, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to turn down money, but like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I have a full-time job, and so I've never considered really doing this. Okay, let me go back because I'm missing some. You guys are starting to talk. Let's see. I'm excited for next week. Me too. I've got 1K of ATER. I will buy more if it drops. Do you think it has a chance of dropping today? Maybe right before close. They'll try to push it down, but I mean, I think this is the battleground right here. If we look, this is going to be the end of the day right here. We're going to be basically battling in this range, is my guess, because I don't think they're going to be able to push it down here again. That was basically, they already tested the bottom of the channel. Now they're going to be testing probably the middle or the top of the channel. If you look in the Discord, somebody posted a picture of a wedge that was forming. And so now we've already hit the bottom of the wedge. So I think we missed the entry there. But you'll probably see, I can't zoom out anymore. On the top of the wedge, it probably will be somewhere in the 470s, and then it would probably bounce off that and head back down in this. Basically, the wedge is going to break out around like here-ish, around the 450 mark. So At least that's what I saw. Okay, so somebody's got 9K in Aterian. That's awesome. Good for you, buddy. Another person's 1K. Are you buying straight share? Yeah. So I mean, it all depends on you. And this, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not going to tell you guys what to do with your money. Like, I'm not qualified for it. Like, I'm just a normal guy like you guys are. I just happen to do this and I love it. And this is just something. YouTube has never been a thing for me. Like, I am not a YouTuber. I don't have any experience. I don't even know. Like, I couldn't even get my microphone to work yesterday when I was trying. It took me till like 11 o'clock in the morning to get on, so it wasn't like having an echo, and I have no idea what I'm doing here. I just thought I would jump on mainly for the people in the Discord because, our Discord's small. We have like 1,500 people. So like, we're not a big Discord, and apparently now we're like 1,700 people. So 200 people have joined in the last day, but we're a small Discord, and the way I was looking at it is that for these guys who've stuck around for a long time, because I've been writing due diligence for this for a while, and I've been seeing what I've been tracking is totally not on the up and up. So the way I'm looking at it here is like I would jump on just for these guys, let them know what's going on, so nobody was like freaking out. And so yeah, to me this is a fun gig. I mean, if I was making enough money here, sure, I would stick around and do this every day, because who doesn't want to work out of their house and sit down and watch the stock market all day long? Like, that's a cool thing. But at this point right now, and people in the Discord know, like, I told them, like, I drive a 2013 like Hyundai Elantra. Like, I'm not like a fancy like like, I'm just a dude. All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us will buy if it drops. Let's see. Someone just grabbed another 3K. You seem articulate, though. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Were you in the Navy there, Jumanji, or you just like the logo? Maybe he's not able to type. But anyway, I was a Marine, so I saw you had a Navy guy in your profile. Oh, saw red flashing. They're trying to push it down. Bulls are trying to break through that VWAP again. Elantras are efficient cars for smart people. Very true. Do you have one too there, James? Yeah, Rob's got a 750 average. Like, a lot of the people that bought last year just held on, and that's what I'm saying about. And some of the people, someone's in the Navy, getting out soon though. Congrats! I was gonna say, civilian life's pretty sweet. Once you kind of go there, you're like, oh yeah. I mean, after my second tour in Iraq, I was like, I think I'm done. Like, I feel like I've done my time. It's time to get out. I don't want to get shot at anymore. Apparently, I have a voice similar to Australian radio named Kyle. All right. I can go back in this and look, though, if you guys want. So if anyone's missed this, let me just pull this up real quick. Okay, so Jumanji, the reason why Wall Street Bets is not talking about Aterian is because you need to have a market cap that is over $1 billion to be mentioned on there. They feel like small caps like this would be too easily manipulated by Wall Street Bets. So they made a rule essentially that anything that's under $1 billion market cap, they shouldn't touch, because they could get in legal trouble for that. So that's the reason why they do that. Yeah. So, because honestly, it could be accused of market manipulation when you have 11 million people and some of them are actually rich, because they're YOLOing, money around. They typically will have too much influence on a small cap like this. For us, we've been in this small cap for months, so I can't imagine they would come at me and say, "Oh, you're manipulating." You guys have been manipulating it for like 9 months. I've watched it. I've been here for it. I've been keeping notes on it. Like, if the SEC wants to talk to me, I'd be happy to talk to them about market corruption. I am absolutely open to talking to them. And if they decide to do something towards me, then my hope would be that they put me in front of the camera so I can address it myself. Because you know what? This market is designed for them, not us. All right, so it looks like we've had 1, 2, 3 attempts recently to break through that VWAP, and we still haven't gotten it. And my guess is they're going to use any ammo and every ammo they can to keep it from breaking out of that VWAP. Because once they go over that VWAP, then they'll back test it, and then they'll go up from there. And going up from there gets dangerous because all those 450s would get hedged. All right, if someone wanted to buy shares and apply upward pressure, I personally would buy deep in the money options with a close to expiry date and hold them through expiry. Yes, I would pay the premium, but it's worth it for me. Yes, that's exactly correct. So what you're doing when that happens is you're saying to the market maker, I'm fine paying you $200, $300 per contract, but I want you to give me these shares. And they can't de-hedge them because at this point, say, for example, next week, they may have to hedge like 70% of the ones that are in the money right now. But as the date of expiry happens and gets closer, your gamma on those increases. So that means you have to start hedging them. So that's why they do that. Do they use bots and AI for ammo, as you say? Or is this some real? So my guess is you've got a mixture of people on Reddit that are bad players, short hedge funds, people who have their own retail short positions. And it looks like we're trying to break through VWAP. Let's see if we get it. Give it a little more volume there. You're going to need more volume to get through there. Let's see if we break through. So we got a sell wall at 65. And that will be enough to break us through. It should be. As long as they keep this pressure on right here, slapping the ask, they will get it above the VWAP and then back test it. Some people in the Discord are joking. So if anyone wasn't in the Discord or doesn't know, we have a person that kept saying that the stock was going to fall to 142. So it became this kind of like joke all the time. Yep, let's get it through. Come on, VWAP, get over. But he just said there's going to be a massive sell-off in an hour to 142. And everyone started laughing. Because our bear, who actually is long, like, so he bought these shares. I think he started buying them at like 10 or like 9, and then he kept averaging down. And every time he averaged down, it kept going down. And then he's also an emotional trader, so he was always like, "Oh, like this thing's going to zero. I wasted my money." And we're like, "Dude, just calm down." And so it became a running joke with him that like stock's going to 142, 142. That's where he saw it because that was the all-time low for Aterian. On the balance sheet, that made no sense because 142, $1.42 market cap would be 89 million off the top of my head, which we have listed assets at 313 as of December, and I think it's like 135 million as of 135 million on current assets, which is like cash, inventory, accounts receivable, stuff like that. So we're over the VWAP now, so that's good. I know you guys are probably all like doing a little fist. Yeah, he believes if he's bearish, then the stock will go up. So it didn't work for months, but now it's working. So he can say 142 all he wants. As we're popping over 462 right now, 463. All right, so we've got some good volume here, and now they're going to be in trouble if they get into the 480s, because if it gets to the 480s, then all these 450s are starting to having to be hedged, and that happens, it's going to go. Oh, is Tarifa Yaniv? Who knows? My bad, I haven't bought more. Well, you got a chance. We're over VWAP now. My guess would be if it back tests, you would have a shot. As long as it doesn't fall through the VWAP, it would be like 457 would be another entry. But you'd have to make sure it doesn't fall below the VWAP. If it bounces, that would be the next place you could see a potential dip too. My guess is it will go up. We're getting a little high on the RSI, so it may cool off a little bit, try to back test it, and then kind of consolidate for a while. But we're over the VWAP, which is bullish. You like trading over the VWAP, especially when you're long a stock. If you're short a stock, then that's bad. It's inverse. Will there be a correction on Monday or FOMO carry momentum? So actually, in my opinion, all these shares are going to be due by Tuesday. So you're going to see instantly a hedging that has to happen on Monday morning. So I expect it to be even higher on Monday than I do now. So, if they get it over 450 and we stay over 450 at the close, they're going to instantly have to hedge. I think DZ Moneyman had mentioned about 100 to 200 K shares just off the bat, because the gamma will increase from 0.03 to 0.06, he said. And that number may be even higher now. We'll see. Now, we don't mute him on green days. Is it too late to buy more? No, like I said, right now it's coming down to that 457. If it bounces off here, that'd be like a good place to buy. If it falls through, then they're going to have to do the same thing again that they were trying before, which is trying to get it above VWAP. But we'll see what happens here. My guess is there's enough bulls here buying that they're going to probably use this as the next bounce point. So I really hope 460 becomes support on Monday. It could be. Yeah, it could be. Who are the people selling right now? Day traders, big guys. No, most day traders would sell later in the day, or they may have sold on this last upswing, but it's possible. Oh, Devil's bought more. Look at you, Devil. You devil. He's one of the mods in there, and he was having a bad time with the stock, but now he's having a good time again. He just pushed us over the VWAP. He bought... Oh, wow. Yeah, he just bought about 22,000 shares. Wow, good job. What do I do for work? You said, so I'll answer that first. I don't talk about what I do for work. I kind of keep my personal life out of this. And I do work full time. So normally I am working in an office. Look at these guys. Look at that. Look at that. See what they're doing? That's short exempts there. That's bid slamming. There it is. Now we're going to see if bulls start fighting here. That 447. That'd be right here. So they're putting their buys down here on the 60 EMA and just letting them push it down. So what we'll see right here is the bulls are saying, all right, we'll make our stand on the 60. We're basically trending up with the 60 right now. And you can see each time we've done it, we went over it, it back tested the 60, they broke it down, then pushed it back over the 60, and now they're going to try to test it again. So that would be my next place that they would probably do. Like I said, if it fell through VWAP, then you've got to look at some of the moving averages. They're going to fight tooth and nail for this. They do not want this stock over 450. This is a life or death situation for them, because they can get liquidated at some point if this thing gets out of control. If it's a small fund that's shorting this, or it's a couple of small funds, they may get margin called into next week. So we'll see. All depends. But back to your question. So I do work full time, and I normally just write DD on the side, and every once in a while I'll go ahead and trade some stocks. But for the most part, this is yesterday was my first time ever doing YouTube. So I couldn't even get the microphone to work, so I don't know what I'm doing. But I served 5 years and was 3 years inactive in the Marines. So I had a longer contract because my school was about a year long. I was in one of those for the Marines, I guess I was smart because I worked on communication equipment, and so I was attached to the 1st Marine Division, and we were the ones that were out there during OAF 1 and OAF 3, which was the Fallujah campaigns. But yeah, I was going to say, so I did 5 years active, and then I had a 3-year inactive time where I was not working. Where do you get your foundational knowledge? So I've traded stocks for years, or I should say it this way. I was investing for years. I got more interested in the last 5 years and actually wanted to know more about stocks and trading. And the more I dove into things, the worse I feel about the market, because the more you learn, you're like, this place is just a cesspool. No, I don't work in the government. I did work for the government when I was in the Marines, but I have not worked for the government for years. Excuse me. But yeah, so foundational knowledge. So I read a lot of books, and we have some of them for free that are in the Discord. What we did was we just this Discord's free. Like I know a lot of other people charge for their Discords, but like I've always wanted where retail traders could just come in and maybe someday we'll have a paid section where we get like tickers before everyone else. But like for the most part, I have no intention of making that. I want it to remain free and open for the most part. Like I would be happy to make money on. Obviously, I'm not going to turn down free money, but at the same time, like I want to keep it so people can just come in and join and still learn things, and it's not like a requirement. And that's always been the thing. It's like I'm not looking for claim. I'm not looking. I just want to make sure that it felt wrong to me. This company was getting screwed over, and that's why I stuck to it like glue, because I felt like these people that are doing this are parasites. And that's honestly how I view them, is that their job is not creating something. Like, at least Aterian's making things. Like, you may not like their products, you may not like Squatta Potty, you may not like Spiralizer, you may not, but they're producing something that is causing, at least, maybe it's making somebody's job easier, maybe it's making people poop easier. At least they're doing something. When you work for a financial institution that's literally their job is to basically short and distort, you're just basically trying to take down people who, if you weren't there, might have survived and might have been fine. And honestly, like, that doesn't sit right with me. Like, they're basically parasitic. So yeah, that's kind of why I got into this. I don't like what they're doing. I don't think it's correct. I think it's yeah. I like somebody just pointed out in the chat, like that was probably a short exempt. Like, market makers don't have to locate anything; they just boom push it under a VO app, try to keep it down. Yeah, and people poop a lot, and that's good. Like that's why I make Squatta Potties, and they have that funny commercial with the dude, the Prince dude with the unicorn. I think that's genius marketing. And they were a small company. I mean, they're essentially just selling you pieces of plastic or pieces of wood. Like, you could have built that yourself. But, it's a product that people use. And people, I got one. A bunch of people got one. Alex the Trader's got 16K shares here and is going to buy more on Monday. I mean, if they give us dips, I'm going to buy them up. Like, it's just that simple. Like, I know the math. I know where the scoreboard. I know where they're at. These guys are screwed, and it's just a matter of time. Tax liberals. So TA's good. So TA works better when there's volume, and as you can kind of see, like, you'll see patterns forming. So when you have enough, like on small caps, like for Aterian for months, TA was pretty much like useless. All you could do was the macro big picture. On these, though, you kind of can define out, actually, like, let's see, like on the 30-minute, you could define out this is a bull flag, some consolidation, and then another flag up, and there may be more consolidation, and then another flag up, and that's kind of how they usually do these things. Is they'll have a couple times where they try to shake people out, consolidate, and then the next leg up. And I mean, so TA works. TA is not like, I know people are like, you can't do TA on a manipulated stock. You can. It just depends on if they have enough volume, and you just have to give yourself like a grain of salt. It's not going to be perfect. Like, it never is going to be perfect. So what I prefer to do is I mix fundamentals. So I look at the options chains and kind of see where I think things are going to go in comparison to the TA. And we've got some people that are really smart, like Booksy and Devil, and there's a bunch of people in the chat that actually do TA on their own, and they present it to the rest of the group, and it's really good. And honestly, I take some of their work and I compare it against my notes, my fundamental style, and we kind of go from there. And that's how I'm able to kind of like get a ballpark of where I think things are. And that's how I trade. So if they naked short shares, will they ever deliver or get margin for those shares? So the way that works is, my brother-in-law is Persian, by the way. So, yeah. So the way they do this is they're going to short these shares, and then they're going to have a certain amount of days to locate them. And if they don't locate them, then they become an FTD. So what I'm expecting to happen is a certain amount of days out, and I have to go back to my notes because I have it written down. So I like a lot of the stuff I have it off the top of my head. This one I don't know the exact SEC rule, but they have a certain amount of days to basically locate those shares. If they are not located within that time frame, then they end up on the reg show threshold. Once that happens, they're supposed to be 13 days until they are required to close their position. That didn't happen the last time the Aterian was on the reg show. But the difference is they don't have warrants to get and shares to get them out of trouble this time. All those have been eaten up. So what's going to end up doing? Yeah. And by the way, we'll just keep politics out of the Discord. We don't talk about politics, and the YouTube will do the same thing. I don't have any moderators at this point of YouTube because this is just me, and I'm just kind of reading your stuff. But I sound like Seth Rogen apparently in my laugh. I didn't know that. I have to drink water sometimes. I didn't realize. I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, I'm used to trading and, like, being silent all day, so it's weird talking into a microphone kind of to myself. But I appreciate you guys at least making me talk about things, because at least if you're asking questions, I can, like, talk without, like, weird patches of silence where I'm like, click on this, click on Cat's out of the bag now. Let's see. Aterian is up. Oh, it's on Robinhood, it looks like. Or is that Robinhood? I don't know what let me ask him what's that up. So it's starting to get pushed on other things now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing. Yeah, let's take a look real quick. Okay, can we finish? Oh, yeah. So the naked shorting. Sorry, I have ADD and I sometimes get distracted. I should have popped my pill earlier. Let me take half the pill now. I'm going to take half my pill. What happened to my pill? Oh, it ended up in my chicken. Well, I guess I'm going to sleep tonight. I can't get cut in half, so I'm just going to take the whole thing. No, that's a bad idea. I should not do that. I'm never going to go to sleep tonight. All right, hold on. Found a knife. Okay. Got half it. Oh, that tastes bad. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, naked shorts. Back onto it. Okay, so naked short essentially is when you sell a share that there's actually a couple of different ways you can have this occur with FTDs, but naked short's one way of this happening. So unless you are a market maker, if you are a short hedge fund, you have to locate the shares that you are shorting. That's supposed to be the rule. So short hedge funds will call around the institutions and say, can we borrow your shares? And the institutions would come back and say, yes, you can borrow our shares. Right now, we'll charge you, I think the last time I saw it was 60%. Because right now, Aterian's hot. You guys need our shares more than, we need to lend them to you. So you guys now owe us 60% on these things annualized. So what ends up happening then is they go and take those shares and they immediately sell them onto the market knowing that they had them located. That's the way it's supposed to work. What happens, though, is these guys start calling around and say, hey, we need your shares. And those guys say, we don't have any. And so they can't locate any shares. But what they do instead is they just short them again. They don't have the shares. They can't locate them. They have no intention of locating them. But they just start shorting them because they need to control the price. That's a naked short. Now, eventually what happens is those shares get marked into a book. And those books get looked at. And they say, well, where are these shares? And they say, oh, we can't locate those shares. And they said, well, you can't do that. You need to do these. So those become an FTD at that point. So an FTD is a failure to deliver. So an FTD is basically, if you think about it this way, an FTD can occur many different ways. An FTD can occur when one side of a party does not honor their word. That's what a failure to deliver is. So when your broker sells you a share, your broker guaranteed you, I am going to sell you these shares at this price. Now, do they have your shares? Do these market makers have our shares? Probably not, because the entire float's locked up. And we're at 100% utilization, meaning that there are no shares available out there. So what happens then when you have no shares and you have a ton of people trying to get things that don't exist? Anyone guess? What happens then? Hold on, let me see. Is anyone answer? No, no one's answering. Okay, but what ends up happening is you have a stockpile or a pile up of these FTDs. So, like a broker that's supposed to sell you your shares, right? You bought 15,000 shares last week. They have T+3 to get you those shares. Some brokers T+5, but like it just depends. But for the most part, it's usually T+3. So they have to go to the market if they don't have the shares on hand at their brokerage, and they have to go buy them. Their price goes up. That's right. So if they can't find them at their brokerage, they have to go to the market. And if nobody's willing to sell them those shares at a certain price, the price will naturally rise, and then they will have to buy those shares at a higher price, which causes more upward pressure. So they actually sit there and go through, and that's a failure to deliver, because if they can't locate your shares, say they choose to eat it. They're like, you know what, I think next week we're going to even help short this down because we need to be able to find these shares. Brokers can do that. Brokers can actually push the price down just like anyone else. So the reason why GameStop and AMC, the brokers didn't want to deal with that, because Robinhood, for example, had so much volume going through just them, they couldn't actually locate any of those shares. There's no possible way. They were going to have FTDs piling up to wazoo. And we were thinking, oh, yeah, well, Robin's on our side. No, Robinhood was like, we're fucked. We can't find these shares. We need to get this price down. So that's why they were willing to let Citadel help push the price down and then restrict their buys, because they couldn't locate all those shares. The same thing's going to happen here. You have a stock that has a very limited float, and they don't have enough. They're not going to have enough for these options. They're not going to have enough for the calls. They do all this stuff, and yeah, Robinhood was a scam. And these brokers are not on our side. We use them, and they basically abuse us. They want us to lose money. Like, the best people to them are ones that lose money. Like, that's the honest truth. Brokers do not want to see retail succeed, because good traders, profitable traders, they don't make them money. You know who makes them money? People like us that go out there and then blow it on like a couple of YOLO calls. They get to collect all those premiums. They get to have all that. But that's what happens. Is these guys are smart. They know that unprofitable traders are more valuable to them and more profitable to them than good traders who make money, because they'll lose money on some of these trades because they bet against you. Like in the beginning, if you were buying Aterian, they were probably shorting it. Because honestly, Aterian wasn't going anywhere. Why not have these guys bleed out a little bit, and then we'll buy back the shares even cheaper? They profit the difference. That's how brokerages work, and people don't know that. Just so you guys know, we are now trying to bounce off the 60 moving average. So it's kind of just floating up gradually. Yeah. But yeah, the brokerages are not on our side. And there's going to be a ton of nakeds that are being used now. There's going to be a ton of brokerages that are going to go out and not be able to find shares, so they're going to have to go to the market. And that's why next week I said in the DD is going to be spicy, is because these guys don't have the shares, and they don't have the market makers don't have the shares, and and these guys, most of the brokers we use are payment for order flow, so they know what we're going to sell, what they know what we're going to buy, and they make money also on our bid ask. So when we put in a stupid price, they take advantage of it. They say they're supposed to deliver us the best possible. They don't do that. They actually sit there and say the stock right now is $450, and you put a limit order in of, I don't know, 452 at this moment, right? Well, they may not fill the order right away. They may wait a millisecond and watch all the other people coming in, and they'll profit out whatever they like end up actually buying for you, and then give you the price you asked for, but it wasn't the best price. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, the brokers are not on our side. So that's the God's honest truth is nobody's on our side. The financial industry, honestly, they use us as cannon fodder, and they use us like we are expendable because we're sheep to them. We're like sheep led to the slaughter. There'll be new ones all the time, new investors coming in. Eventually, some of us learn how this game works, like me, and then they'll go, oh, well, he's not as dumb as we thought anymore, so maybe we don't take the other side of every one of his trades. But like they will do that for a lot of new investors. If they know you're a new investor and seeing what you're investing in, they'll take the other side of your trade. Because think about this. Most new traders lose a ton of their money. Like a ton of their money. Like think about you guys. Like all of us retail, we've lost money in huge chunks at times because we made bad decisions because we didn't know enough. And if you don't have the knowledge, you're going to get slaughtered in this like industry. Like they don't care that you don't know. They're not going to teach you. That these guys that work on Wall Street get trained and they teach them how the world works basically. Us retail traders, we assume everyone's playing by the rules. Like we're the naive people that are just like, "What? You can't do that." Like but that's how that works. They know what's going on. All right, somebody just in the Discord said that the 455 is also a fib level. The wedge is broken. We should be moving from here. So let's see if we get some volume. Up or down, which it's going to be one way or the other. Let's see. Yeah, but yeah, the entire brokerage industry is savage. They do not care. There were a lot of FTDs in September and October. Why did the share price keep dropping after that, and what's different now? Okay, good question. So back in August, I think it was May, August, there was a debt covenant that was breached for Aterian. And this is where retail didn't understand. So when I first came in the stock, I normally do a lot of due diligence. I did not because it was moving so fast at the time. I just bought in. I kind of looked at the numbers, glanced at them. I didn't look for their warrants. I didn't look for any of their like debt covenants. I didn't look through the stuff that I normally do when I'm entering a brand new position. Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, a lot of us were down sometimes 70 to 90% on the Aterian. So yeah, but I'm glad you stuck around. It's going to be our time to shine soon. So what I was saying is, so what ends up happening was High Trail was a lender to Aterian. And High Trail had something in their debt covenant that said if the trailing EBITDA, which is your earnings before interest, taxation, assets, and what's the other part? I don't remember off the top of it. But it's basically like an indicator that they use in accounting. If that was violated, that meaning that they were going to run dangerously low on cash, that they would owe them shares. High Trail was not going to hold on to any of their shares. So what that ended up happening was when Aterian was running up and it was on Reg Show. I'm losing my voice. I'm not used to talking this much. Hold on a second. When they were on Reg Show, they knew that there was going to be shares coming onto the market. So these shorts kept shorting it down nakedly to push down the price. I can actually do this. Let me put in Aterian into this ticker real quick, and I can show you guys if you don't mind not watching the price for a second, or do you want to watch the price while it's going next the VWAP? Because it should break through probably about here-ish on the VWAP. That's where I expect a break up or down, roughly. But if you want to see, let's see, okay, go for it. All right, so people are fine with it. All right. Let me move this over so you guys can see. I think I showed you guys with this chart over here, and I'm going to try to walk you through. So this is where retail started getting interest, right? So retail started buying in. They really got interested, though, in August and September when they were making these big chunks up, right? So if you look down here on your OBV, which is your volume and price together, but they, yeah, I think it's volume and, yeah, volume ignores price or something like that. And then ADL is your price ignoring volume. And then the green is money flow. So as you see right here, retail starts entering the trade. Everything goes up together, right? The price is moving up. See, that's the purple line. The volume's moving up. See the volume's increasing here. That's the white line. The volume's moving up. And then also the money's flowing into it, right? So the money's flowing into Aterian. Boom. On the second run, right here, look at the money and the volume. They both are increasing. But what's happening, though, is they're dropping and trying to push the price down. And this is naked shorting. So they didn't have the shares yet, but they knew they were going to get them. So when High Trail's debt covenant came out, it flooded Aterian with basically like doubling the float. And so what was happening was these guys used the naked shorts to push it down and get retail out of there. And then once the shares actually hit, they used those shares to even push it down further. Now retail dumbly and held on. And look, money never flowed out of it. Like normally if you see like on other rational stocks, you'll see money flowing down and then it will meet back up with the price. Same thing with volume. Like people were still buying, you can tell, buying the stock and holding on to it. They never massively exited because there was no downturn. Like normally when things run up, they run back down together. Look, retail never left. Retail probably owns more than the float. Retail might own double the float or triple the float because retail stuck in, maybe by choice or maybe just by bag holding, or it was too big of a loss to take. But like you can see right here, like these guys pushed the price down nakedly and then have been nakedly pushing the price down. Anytime you see the spike up, it's because something happened. This was earnings right here. This is an earnings call right here. And earnings, the price spiked back up and they had to actually push the price down nakedly again. Like this is what they've done to this stock over this course of time. And so they keep bleeding it off. They've gotten retail. And you can see the white starting to sag a little bit. White starting to sag in chunks. The green starting to sag a little bit. But they basically got it to push down. And then we get into us here. So here we were running back up. We hit a spring. And Bullard made those comments on the Fed. And then Russia invades. So they were able to push it down all the way down here to this low point of 210. But then retail started kind of buying in again. And once we started buying in again, because I don't think some institutions bought it a little bit back then, but like once people started buying Aterian again, it's now caused this pressure on the shorts. And look, they're doing it again. The money flow has gone up again. The price has now had to jump with it. But now look right here. They're trying to push down the price again with naked shorts so people sell. They think people are dumb and they only watch the price. So they're trying to push down the price with this. This is your price, not your volume. Look, volume's flowing in, money's flowing in. Price is getting pushed down. But that's not how it works. They should all be going up together or going down together. And that's where I'm saying they're using naked shorts to manipulate the price of the stock. And if you ignore the price of the stock, this thing goes parabolic. It's going to go nuts because they don't have these shares. They never had these shares. Like, I mean, look, like you see every single one of these down arrows, that's them shorting and trying to push it down. Like they're having a hell of a time with this right now. Look at this. Every single time we're going up, they're having to push it down. Here's VWAP on this one. Like, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, why did it fail? Why did it go down when there were FTDs? All right, so I got off track. Sorry, I was on a tangent. Let me go back to the daily. All right, so September, right? Here's September right here. They naked short. They push down this purple line. They push down the price. And even though retail was buying in, look at the money flow. They are naked shorting this entire thing. And every time we get a little bit push, they naked short it back down. Like they have so many naked shorts on this stock, it's insane. That's how they were able to move the price down because retail was so preoccupied on watching the price. They weren't looking at the indicators and saying something's wrong here. And I tried telling people, and I was called an idiot. And I'm like, I don't think I'm an idiot, but like, I mean, I'm an idiot sometimes, but like, I don't think I'm a big idiot. And I see this going on, and I'm like, they're using naked shorts, and I know they are. And then we started keeping a spreadsheet on it, and now we are where we are because I know the scoreboard. I know they're losing right now. This, you know, the price is not showing that, but I know they're losing, and they can't shake retail. Retail owns most of the stock. Retail probably owns twice the float of the stock. Retail might even own 3 times the float of the stock, and they can't let that get out there, because if they let that get out there, then this thing's going to go parabolic, and that's why they're trying to shake the tree. They need people to sell for 15% gain, for a 40% gain. That's plain and simple what's going to happen. All right. Somebody in the Discord, it was FF's fund size, says that we are approaching the edge of the wedge. We should be breaking up or down soon. Fibonacci levels are indicating that we should be looking at the 455 mark. Okay. People are posting pictures of Marge Simpson. Where do you think they're getting all these shorts to sell every single day when their utilization has been there since March 8th? 100%. No shares around. They keep finding millions of shares each day, though, to short. Millions. Every single day. It's kind of amazing. Short exempts. Eventually, those are going to come due. Market makers get that special privilege. They get to push it down, like right now. They are trying to keep this desperately under 450. And the more and more like stuff that gets hedged for like, I bet you right now they're not hedging. I bet you they're not hedging those 450s. They're going to use short exempts. They'll use anything they can to keep those under 450, because if they can get them to expire out of the money, they'll collect millions in premiums, those market makers. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good question. Let me see if there's new ones. Yeah, they cheated you guys, and me too. They cheated retail. They cheated us in September, in November, December, all those options chains. That was all naked shorting. Like, in fact, there should be lawsuits against this market maker, if market makers plural, and they should also be like suing this short company, because every single person that lost money on options on Aterian, that should be looked into. The SEC should have been all over this. The CEO of the company tweeted out that there were naked shorts, and so far there's been no action on the SEC's part. And I think we should keep harassing the SEC until they do something, because there are millions of these things, and if they made them close them, the stock would be in the 50s, if not higher. Yeah, I am reading through some of your comments. ATER is now the number 2 mentioned stock or mentioned stock on Reddit. Yeah, and cost to borrow over 300% up. Yeah, I mean, it's not actually 300%. The cost to borrow percentage up is 300%. My guess is it's probably in the 60s, if not higher now. Why can't they continuously naked short? FTDs. So they've been able to get out of so every time dilution happens, they've been able to kind of like cover some shares, but the problem they're going to run into is now they've never had this volume. They haven't had this sustained volume, and they're not going to, like last August into November, they had this kind of volume, and they had an issue with FTDs. They're going to have the same issue, but this time probably even bigger, because this time, if you just joined, I showed everyone there is a huge divergence from where the money flow and the OBV and the actual price of the stock. These naked shorts are going to pile up on them, and it's going to be ugly, because they're going to owe literally millions and millions of shares. The SEC will make a move. It's on the condition of pop. Yeah, I mean, like, they were on the reg show threshold for about 30 days, if I remember correctly. I think it was like 29 or 30 days. 13 is the maximum that they allow, but that's not true because Overstock.com, for those of you who don't know that story, Overstock was on the reg show threshold for 666 days straight. Okay, they're showing up 150 cost to borrow on Webull. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's going to move up. Like at this point, those shares to the shorts are like liquid gold because they need them to control the price of the stock, and they're not going to. Like I said, I'm watching them and seeing the short exempts being used right now to cut down the price of the stock because they can't afford to let it go run in the 450s. And if people want their shares, next week's going to be messy. Messy, messy, messy. All right, let's see. Let me check on a couple things real quick. All right, so yep, this is short exempts. This is them throwing all their ammo at it. Excuse me. They're going to probably end up trying to push down, and this is a waterfall. So they're going to use short exempts. They're going to push down with in the money put options. They're going to naked short. They're going to do anything they can to push this stock down under 4. That's their goal. Yeah, honestly, don't forget it. Like this is very normal. Like this is what they do. Don't watch the price. I know we're up literally watching the price, but like I'm just talking over a screen. If I had a blank background, you guys get bored. So, I mean, the price of the stock doesn't matter. Next week is when it matters. Unless you have 450 calls for this week, then you might be screwed. But like everybody else, if you have a 250 call, if you have a $3 call, even if you have a $4 call, you're probably going to be okay because it looks like there's been support at the 410 or sorry, the 10 to 415 level. Yeah, but like honestly, don't even sweat it. Like they're going to do whatever they're going to do today. Next week is when the fireworks start. Because as you can see, we're doing 75 million volume today. They're going to probably have to have naked shorted this a huge amount, and also they're going to legally report like my guess would be like 58 million to 60 something million in aggregate short volume. That'd be my guess on a day like today. They're just trying to tree shake. They want the day traders and everybody out. My prediction for next week. I mean, honestly, I would think that we're going to be at least in the 5s and then maybe test like 750s. And if that goes, then it's going to start a domino effect. And then we're going to start really running. I mean, anytime these things, if it dips a large amount, I'd be buying. Like, you know, at this point, I think I'm tapped out for right now. But like, I get paid. I'll have to see if the money will settle. But see if there's anything else going. But yeah, like, and there's going to be a day where it just gaps up and it's going to be gross. And, you know, they're going to try to get people to sell then. And yeah, I know it was a rough ride for a lot of people, but it's fine. This is very normal stuff. Sorry about that. I was eating something. So yeah, so once again, like I said, I'm not a YouTuber. Like I don't make money on YouTube. I don't make money on anything right now. Like the Discord is free. The YouTube channel, I'm not monetized, so I have to go back to work. But I do write due diligence, once a day, usually at work, if I can. Especially recently, because it feels like retail really needs to kind of have guidance. So I try to at least write a due diligence a day. The best thing I can tell you guys is you might have to tweet as you work. I guess I could do that. I've never done that. Quit my job and do YouTube under a bridge. I mean, I guess if I could replace the income that I'm getting, I could start doing that. I mean, I'd be completely at the hands, though, of other people. Like, I mean, like, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are cool, too. I kind of forgot that sometimes I'm just talking to, like, the screen and assuming that people that are just listening know what I'm talking about. Because I don't think you can see all the chat all the time, but I do. I don't really talk about my work, but I work in the non-financial industry. So the job I do has nothing to do with anything with finance. You think my DD comparing Prague BB and Aterian was a game changer? Yeah, I mean, I think that was the focal point that I the problem was I don't think everyone in short squeeze sub understood warrants and why they can be used against you. And so anyone that doesn't know that, like, I can kind of go over that real quick if you're interested. But the reason why warrants are important to short hedge funds is because it gives them a set price to cover at. So say, for example, these Aterian warrants that are going to come due in September 6th. Well, if you're a hedge fund that's shorting, you go, hey Aterian, we'll lend you $40 million. We just want you to give us some warrants and shares. And then you go to your buddies who are actually on Wall Street and you go, hey, I got access to these shares. I'm not supposed to do this, but here, if you guys want, we'll make sure you can cover at a certain price. Go ahead and short this company. Worst case scenario is that the company does well and survives, takes that 40 million and does well with it, and then they go, hey, boom, we're ready. Stock price goes up, they hold longs, with warrants and shares, and they make money that way. The best case scenario for them is that the company gets shorted into the ground, goes to zero, and then you get to write off all this stuff, and basically short a company into the ground. You get tax-free money. So, like, tax-free money is pretty huge. Like, I am not a doctor or a teacher. Yeah, and support.com was an interesting one, like, because they built up the entire options chain so largely that the entire float was locked up just in I think it was either the like $5 calls, I think it was. Like the entire float was in the money at $5. Like it had to run. Like, and that's probably what's going to end up happening here. Is eventually all these people that FOMO in are going to buy call options in the money, and then they have no choice, but it's going to have to move up because they're not going to be able to locate those shares. So, YouTube wouldn't be consistent enough. You wouldn't want to push an old narrative. Yeah. So, like, here's the thing. At this point, you need 1,000 subscribers to even be monetized on YouTube, and then I think you have to be active for a certain amount of months, and you have to have a certain amount of view hours too, if I remember correctly. And I can pull it up. Like, I actually looked at seeing, let's just see. My stats right now is, oh, wow, I have 300 subscribers now. That's cool. Well, I didn't have that before. I had like 100 subscribers. But like I had, 100 subscribers, and I think when I click on this button, it shows me my studio or something like that. Yeah, and so monetization, for me to get monetized, I need 700 or 690 more subscribers, and I would need another 3,000 view hours. So, I mean, but yeah, I don't know how much money you make on YouTube. Like, I don't think I can supplement my entire income just on YouTube. So, like and subscribe. Yeah, but I see. Here's the thing: I don't make YouTube videos. Like, I have streamed the Aterian ticker just so I had evidence, because I wanted to have evidence of like them fucking naked shorting selling. Like that's why I did it. Like, well, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. The one thing that, yeah, and I was gonna say, I'm nowhere near. Like I said, we have 300 subscribers. I do not have 50,000, so I'm not gonna make any money on YouTube. So I can't quit my job. So that means also I can't, like, what I talked to my Discord about is, like I told them that maybe I'll do a recap video like once a week on Aterian or whatever stock tickers people want to do. So, I mean, that could be doing this. Honestly, you could easily pull off full-time financial streaming. I know you're laughing about it, but your DD is fucking legit. Thank you. I mean, I would love to do this full time, but like, I mean, unless I have like enough money coming in where I can tell my wife, hey, I make more money on this than I do in my real job, then I don't think we're doing anything. Because, I told you guys, I drive a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. We are not fancy people. Like, we don't, like. Sorry, I'm just reading through some comments. I have not looked at Reddit all day. I have no idea what's going on there. Is anything going on there? Anybody? Not fancy people yet. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to make sure I get through, bill by bill. And, we still have a lot of debt. And, we're just, my wife and I both got furloughed during COVID. So, like, we had to use funds that we didn't have. And, it was not a great time for either one of us. So, we're very modest people, Let's see. Aterian closing above max pain is a big. Yep, that is big pain. So Aterian's max pain was $3 a share, and that's not going to happen. So there are going to be millions of shares. You have a bicycle. That's awesome. Yeah, 2012 Honda Civic there. Yeah. All right. So I'm just reading through, seeing if there's anything. Okay. Still nothing much going on. They push us down. People are starting to buy the dip. Some orders coming in. I mean, we have to see how big this order gets, because my richest friend drives a 2008. Yeah, I mean, you want a Ferrari. There you go. Put a spoiler on and you're legit. Yeah, I'm not that guy. I'm not really into cars, to be honest with you. Like, cars are not my thing. I would, obviously I like a better car, but mainly because driving my kids in the Elantra, it's like kind of dangerous if it snows, because I'm in a place where it snows, and when it snows, I literally like can't get up a hill because it doesn't have enough like oomph. I had enough for a car, and then you lost it on GME. A lot of people did. If you were playing options on GME, Everyone told you to diamond hand YOLO, and I mean, if you were shares, that's fine. But with options, there was a chance that they were going to dump back down, and the IV was going to get crushed, and that's what happened. And I lost money. I mean, at one point, my GME things were, whew, I don't want to tell you how much. I think it was like at one point they were like $450,000. My GME calls. Yeah, I mean, and trust me, they did not get cashed out the way they should have. If you didn't see your order on the L2 data, does it mean it went through a dark pool? Yes, probably. I mean, that's what they do. Like if you buy shares, they're not going to hit the lit exchange. Like that's just plain simple. That's why, like for me, I'm buying in the money calls and making them give them to me because I don't think they're actually giving me any shares when I buy them. So it just becomes an IOU down the line for them. I am not from Colorado. I live on the East Coast. I will not tell you where. Let's take a look. What's going on with Reddit? Okay, I have 7 new DMs. I have 60. What was that? 68 new notifications. Let's see what's going on here. So people want to know how I knew. Excuse me. How do I know that retail owns them all? It's those indicators I was looking at. Yep. So Squeeze Finder, they're a newer company on Reddit or account on Reddit. They just jumped to number 2 on the squeezability list because the rising cost to borrow. Okay. People are saying that I'm streaming. That is true. I am streaming. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, this is a pump and dump. That's what Scotty Z says. Oh, Scotty Z. You don't know what you're looking at. I did my homework. You brought nothing except for they did a reverse split. He's an idiot. That's not what they did. Someone just bought 10,000 shares at $4.39. Yeah, it's close to where we're at. Noticed that an hour ago. Jumped up. No, that's not. Somebody wrote that. That's not how it works. Okay, let me get back to you guys over here. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, your shares that you're buying don't hit the exchange. Yeah. I do have a bad cough right now. Sorry about that. Going all in. They're trying to break support at 230. 5. Yeah, they are. I mean, like I said, today doesn't matter. I know everyone's like excited and they watch every second of the ticker. Today doesn't matter as long as the price finishes over 350, they're in a bad spot, and they're not going to get it probably below 4. I don't see it happening. There's too many people looking to buy in. So everyone wants to go to Vegas apparently when this all runs. Someone bought 23 shares. That'll teach them. It will, because every one of those shares adds up when they can't deliver them. As long as you don't sell them beforehand. All right, people are happy. Let's go. Don't forgo those lattes. I want to do Vegas meet and greet. Yeah, that'd be fun. Got a price target. This is the way. It is this way. Though this is the way. I'm holding even though we're green. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm just reading through some stuff because don't hear a ton. Understand 10% of what you posted. ATER of the moon. I have. All right, let's see what's going on here. So yeah, we're just hovering. So basically, what's happened is they're trying to push it down. They want it obviously as close to 4 as possible. People just keep buying up the dips. Like it is what it is. Yeah. So somebody was asking basically. So last night I addressed somebody that was talking about SST and bashing Aterian, and I said, listen, you're cherry picking facts. Number one, and number two, you weren't presenting accurate information, which I have an issue with because I try to make sure I do that. And then they were saying, well, like SST's up more than Aterian. I'm like, no, that's not correct. Actually, Aterian was up like 72%, and SST at the time was up, I think, 61%. So it was like a 12% difference that Aterian was actually up on the week, as far as percentage wise. So, I mean, what's my plan for Aterian? So, I mean, at this point, I want to see the short interest getting covered, and I want to see the naked shorts get covered. Because honestly, like until that happens, I don't see any reason to sell my shares. I want to see my shares come to me. I want to make sure this market maker knows that I want those shares. That I'm fine buying and holding this stock for a long period of time, and I'm not going to play fuck games with them. Like if they want to fuck around, fine. I'm going to hold these shares, and then I'm going to DRS them. You can DRS them with the Philadelphia Transfer Agency. Like I already did on the research. I put it inside Aterian's, like DD. It takes like a day to do. They transfer your stocks over. They go in your name, and then you have to transfer them back out if you want to sell them. But like, I don't really plan on selling them down here at this price. And so like, but that takes them off the market. It takes them out of the DTCC. So that basically means that they can't use them to be naked shorted ever. All right. You see that nice little pop? See that pop? There it is. Now we got to go test that VWAP again. I think, what time is it right now? All right. So this is power hour. Just taking a look. Let's see what's going on here. One of my buddies is on here. Chris, are you listening? No, it's just me, man. I think my microphone sucks. That's why. But let me text you back. All right. So my best friend just texted me and he was like, "Are we selling? It's dropping. What do we do?" I'm like, "Dude, chill out. Like, I told you, just sit on your hands and let's watch this play out." Like, I'm not looking for a 40% gain. Like, I'm looking for for them to cover and do what they're supposed to do. Like, you took out a short position. That's fine. I took out a long position and I like the stock. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to buy the stock that I like. And I don't really care what you think it's worth short. I'm going to buy the stock until I think, it's overvalued. And at this point, I don't think it's overvalued. And I know for a fact that at some point you guys are going to go ahead and do that. And, you're going to try to push down the price. And then I'm just going to buy those dips up. And, I don't care if it takes me a long time. At some point, I'm just going to sit there and I'm going to own the entire flip myself. Because it's not that big. And, I'll get a seat on the board maybe. Yeah, and shorts have not covered. So, let's see. Okay. Persian, no politics in here. We're not talking politics. All right, let's see what's going on here. So SST, I guess someone said to take a look at them. Let me see what's going on with them. So Aterian's up 17% right now, and SST is down 15%. So that's not good. I mean, like, I know there are people in that play, and I hope for them that, John, I don't share my position, but I was going to say, it it was the riskier of the two plays, and I know a lot of people were saying like, oh, you gotta, you don't understand. I'm like, no, I don't think you guys understand, and like, I don't take these things lightly. Like, I don't like putting people at risk, and like, obviously, when you're doing like a stock like this, there was risk when all of us were buying in the tens. The fair value back then was probably like 8 or 9, and buying at 10 was not that bad. But like, there was always a chance it could go lower. Buying though at $2 and like $4 a share, there's very little downside for us, and there's nothing but upside. And we are breaking a downtrend right now. If we can push over this VWAP and get over it, we resume back into the uptrend. Like, ADL is rising, OBV is, yeah, I was going to say, Devil's got the idea. He knows what's going on. Yeah. So he's breaking the downtrend. We're going to come up on this. And if we can break out of this, we're going to probably pop up again. And then it's going to get ugly. And we're going to watch so much. Let's see, 77 million volume, almost 78 million volume. So, I mean, we'll probably finish it maybe at 80. So, but yeah, I was going to say, somebody else asked, are you going to stream? Yeah, so guys, at this point right now, I can't afford to like quit my day job. So if I can start making money on, somehow that will, yeah, I would do this every day if you guys wanted. I mean, I'll probably have to figure out what to do with my voice, because I talked 8 hours yesterday, and I already feel like I kind of losing my voice. Okay, so SST's free falling right now. It's at 16% down. Yeah, I feel bad I mean, if you were in that play, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I wasn't trying to like pit one versus the other. I just thought it was the riskier of the two. Like, at any point, those S1s, if they got filed, it would just send the whole entire thing into a free fall. I don't care what the short interest was. I don't care what the FTDs were. All that could get erased when those filings hit. And for those people who were mad and then saying Aterian was the distraction, no offense, I thought yours was the distraction, because like, I knew what the setup of Aterian is. I've been following it for months. A lot of you guys jumped on that SST bandwagon pretty early, and you didn't do a ton of research. And like, I've spent 9 months on this stock. I know what I'm doing as far as these numbers go. Let's see. Do you need monetize to accept super chat? I think so. I don't have. So here's the thing. Like, I pushed out, I guess, a Ko-Fi thing yesterday, and what we figured out was if you donated to that Ko-Fi because it was linked to my account, you would find out my identity. And so, like, I don't know if I want to do that, because I was supposed to be anonymous. This was always supposed to be the thing. But if I'm going to do YouTube, I mean, would you guys get annoyed if I didn't show my face? I don't know how all this works. Like, I mean, it's, like, honestly, personal preference. Like, I don't know if part of the intrigue is you don't know who I am, but like, if I do, I'm supposed to be just anonymous. I'm supposed to be not like, listen, I'm a dad of 2, like of a, coming up on 2 and 5-year-old. Like, I'm not like some fancy dude. I don't do anything like that. Like, I'm sure I would not make shorts happy, but like, I feel like I'm exposing my family to more stuff, if I become not anonymous anymore. But at the same time, like, it is what it is. Like, and I don't think, Keith Gill, aka Roaring Kitty, aka Deep Fucking Value, really wanted the spotlight. But like, it is what it is. I mean, like, his identity came out pretty quickly because he was showing his face. Like, yeah, nobody knew who he was at the time. He was just some guy on the internet. But as soon as that exploded, then he was everywhere. Now he's on like T-shirts and like, yeah, that's not going to happen to me, obviously. But like, I wouldn't want that to happen to me. I'd like it to stay humble and just, if I could not drive a 2013 Elantra, if I could afford a better car, yeah, that'd be great. But I set up the Discord and I've kept it free this entire time. And yeah, we could have probably charged money for it, but it never sat right with me. Like it just, wear a Batman mask and speak like him. I don't know if I can do the voice. I'm Batman. Yeah, don't worry, you'll have a Lambo. You deserve it. Nah, I won't have a Lambo. Trust me. I was gonna say, I'm not even a car guy. Like, if I could just have like an SUV that can have more room for the kids in the back, that'd be great. But like, it's not a big deal. Like, it is what it is. All right, so we're resuming that uptrend right now. So it's a little bit interesting. We're now trading above the moving averages, and you can kind of see anyone that doesn't know how to read these. Basically, this is your 60. It's a slower moving average, and so we kind of cut down underneath it, and now we're going back up. We bounced off it a couple times. Shorts pushed us down with these probably short exempts, is my guessing, and some like selling pressure. But bulls have just pushed it right back up. So now what we'll do is we'll probably back test some of these moving averages, and then we're going to head back up to VWAP, unless we head back to VWAP right now. But I would think we probably bounce off VWAP, bounce off this, and then try to push through end of day. Like, we're coming up on the end of the day. This is where they would try to make the move, probably, like in this range. And I think I showed that on the chart before. Yep. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Your streams would be, yeah, this is my second day ever trying to stream. And honestly, it was just because I called out yesterday. I was just going to do one day, and then this was fun. So I was like, all right, I can do that. But Jerry Moon in the video description. Your very natural, ongoing voice. It's easy to listen to. Thank you. I did have a woman once. I was waiting tables in college, and it was after I was in the Marines until '07, and I got out. And then when I came out of there, I needed a job temporarily, and I was working for a carpet cleaner for a while, and I was like, it was killing my hands because every day I was squeezing down on these things. So then I went through, and I was going to school on the GI Bill, and so I was waiting tables because it was supposed to be flexible hours and all these things. And I had a woman that was an elderly woman, and she came over to me, and I was waiting on her table, and she was like, "You have a voice for radio." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you." And I was like, "Probably not the face for one, though." And she was like, "No." And I was like, "That's fucked up." Yep, I need a dag wagon. That's right. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm an idiot. I think I do a good job with research, and I think I do a pretty good job making sure that I present facts. And that's where I think a lot of the people on Reddit, it's all rocket emojis, and no one's actually doing the work. Like, and I know this is like one of those things where it's like, okay, it's it's hard for retail to like dedicate that kind of time to learn, but I think a lot of people are interested in this. And if people are interested in this, and if they're day trading or if they're doing these things, they need to learn the fundamentals. They need to learn how the market works. And like, that's why I started the free Discord, because I just wanted to help teach people. And I wanted, honestly, to also learn from other people. There are people that are better at things than I am. And I think, the second you start thinking that you know everything is the second that you've basically lost, because like, I don't know everything, and there are things that I will get wrong, and I am not like an expert on every single thing. I don't work in the financial institution, so all this stuff is kind of self-taught, and me reading books and me kind of just learning. Yeah, and I learned fundamentals on my own. I read books. My first book was Stock Market for Dummies. Like literally, I read the paperback Stock Market for. Do I read Security Analysis? Yeah, I mean, I'll read. I read through the filings. I read through like anything I can. I mean, I try to do what an analyst does, and that's kind of how I've always traded. And I see opportunities, and I think that, when I see something that I think I know, that I understand, and I feel good about it, I will do that. Like, Can you tell us where to find the warrants? Are you digging in SEC? Yeah, so the SEC has a system called ATER. and I think it's like EDGA or yeah, something like that. It's EDGAR or something like that, or double check the spelling on it. But basically, it's called the Edgar system, and you can go in there and you can type in any ticker. And once you go in there, you have it's broken down into a bunch of different things. And so you've got your 8Ks, your 10Ks, your 13Fs. All your filings are in there. And so once the stock explodes, buy a BMW 5X or 5M or 5 was it XM5 competition. Promise me, I'm begging you, please. It will do everything you want, easy on gas, looks super amazing, and a lot of power. I don't even know what that is. I am a Samsung guy. My wife has an iPhone. She gets annoyed that I don't have an iPhone, but I have an issue with Apple, and it's mainly because like I used to build computers, and it's just one of those things where Apple makes a good product. They really do. But I don't like the fact that if I open the case, it voids my warranty because I'm a techie and like I always liked building and kind of tinkering and things. Are you using just Webull? No, I also have I use multiple different platforms. On another screen that you guys can't see, I'll just show you. I won't cover up too long because I know. But I'm able to track things on also Thinkorswim. If we go, for example, to Aterian, I can look back in the history. I kind of charted things out. I have different oscillators that we're using. As you can see, we're crossing back over. We're starting to build up momentum. That will probably fan out like this right here is my guess. And you can also see like we're spiking up and the like cash is flowing in, the OEV is flowing in, and they're trying to drop the price drastically. And we are now turning out to be a neutral day, but mainly red. Like they're shorting more than they're buying, even though the price is up. All right, it looks like we're actually moving. So let me get this off the screen. Give me a second. Yeah. Okay, so we are now back in that uptrend, or at least getting back into it. So we're above the VWAP. These 450s are going to have to get hedged. If they can't drop it right now, or at least right before the end of the day, these are going to get hedged. And that's dangerous. That's super dangerous for them. People in the Discord saying we've waited a long time for this. And it's true because we basically have been tracking this stock for a long time. And we've gotten to see all the fuckery. And, like, it's just, when you've watched something this long, like I've watched every tick for days. All right, let's see. You guys have been writing. Let's see. It's a car, BMW SUV. Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, I can't afford a BMW, so that's fine. But if I could afford a BMW SUV, then sure. Let's see. Are we going to win this 450 battle? I mean, we could. We're over it right now. They're going to have to do a lot to short exempt to get it down under. My guess is they'll do it. I think that they're going to end this at like 444 because they're going to short exempt the hell out of it. That's just my personal opinion. Anon, we should do a Discord group talking this weekend. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, I can figure out maybe a day on Saturday or Sunday to do a YouTube / Discord group talk. Anon will spend all his money on bottle service. So I actually do have a friend that works at the Wynn in Vegas. He is one of the, I guess he technically is in charge of the Wynn Fieldhouse, which is the Raiders Stadium that the Wynn has an end zone thing there. I've never been rich enough to actually like hit him up for those things, but he's hooked me up at least with club things inside the Wynn. But yeah, I've never gotten bottle service because honestly, it's too expensive for me. Like I said, like we're not fancy people, so I mean, if I could do it, that'd be awesome, but I can't afford it. Let's see. Jason or Justin Palmer in the Discord. If so, hit him up there. Tiny Dancer, your voice is so incredibly soothing as you wait for Ater to squeeze. Maybe you should have a podcast. Thanks, Ater to the man. Thank you, Tiny Dancer. We're almost to the VWAP again. We are almost there. We need to bounce off it and then move up from here. And then if that happens, these guys are screwed going into next week. Let's see. Sorry, guys. His time will be spent on Aterian's board. He may not be able to make videos or podcasts. I don't think they want me on their board. I'm pretty sure that they've got smarter people out there that know e-commerce way better than I do. So, been in the Discord almost 8 months. Anon is definitely wait. Been in Discord almost 8 months. Following Anon, definitely learn a ton. It's an education, and the other ones, yeah. I mean, it's not just me. Like I learn things from other people in there. Like the whole reason that I started the Discord was because I thought it'd be interesting to group a whole bunch of retail traders, help teach them, help like learn from them. Like it's not just one way. It's all the different ways that we do this. Like we can all learn from each other. The second you stop learning is the second that you screwed up, because you always need to keep learning, and I don't know everything, and so I will always continue to try to keep learning. And I don't know everything, and I mess up sometimes too. I messed up, like I said. Rob caught me on. I put a wrong stat in there, which I still need to go back. Rob, by the way, if you're listening, I do need to go back in my due diligence and fix those numbers. But I've been just so busy today trying to get all these things going. Are you streaming on OBS? I am. I am streaming on OBS, and I couldn't figure out why my microphone was like screwed up. And what I found out was I had to mute, I guess, the desktop audio that was coming in. It was like feedbacking on it, so I was in a loop. What was the price when you all started? Well, the price when I started was like 16 a share, or like 10 a share or something like that, and then went up to like 18 or 19, and then came back down to 9, and then went back up again. So that was the price when I started. I didn't really enter a huge position though. That was kind of like YOLO money at that time. When the stock dipped down into book value, I started increasing my position, and then when it got in the twos, when it went below current asset value, that's when I was like, all right, this is stupid, and I entered a huge position in, not a huge, but like huge for me position in. Could you increase the resolution of your streaming screen, because there's a bar in the right when you're live? So I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm not a YouTuber and I don't really know how to do any of this stuff. So I don't know how like any of this works. I do see what you're talking about. Now that I'm looking at the preview, how do I fix that? Is it because I have lock screen? Is that why? Maybe if I do that, does that change anything? No. Is it maybe no? No, that just. Is that better? Or can you not see all the indicators? I'm cutting off, it looks like the scotch. Do you guys care about seeing the scotch? Or maybe if I do it like that? No. Is that better or worse? Is that better or worse? You tell me. I can always move it back. We are now only looking we're not looking at OBV. So we cut out a couple things. To go back to the way it was. Or is that better? Like right there? So you can still see some of the indicators? I can move it in the middle. Is that better? Okay. You guys like in the middle, or should I put it back to where it was? You guys vote. Press 1 if you want, I guess, the back to where it was, and I'll press, I guess, 0 for leaving it here. One or two? One or two? Better or worse? 3 or 1? 4 or 2? Okay, so go to my OBS settings. I'll put. Hold on, let me get this back into where it was. Okay, so we are going to go back into Hold on, I gotta scroll up so I can read what that said. Go to your OBS settings. Go to video. Okay, so settings. Go to my video. and make scaled resolution to 19. Okay, so I can't do it when I'm live. That's what I found out. But I will go into that after the videos is done, and I'll go for the next video I do on the weekend. I'll try to make sure I put the right screen size. Okay, so we're back under VWAP. Like I said, they're gonna fight with their entire beings to try to push it under 450. And then let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, like honestly, if it goes over 5, it's going to be ugly for them. It's not going to be over 5 today, but even next week, once it goes over 5, it's a runaway train. Let's take a look. If people are buying additional shares, where does the market maker get them? So, okay, your broker, if you're buying shares through your brokerage, your broker's the ones that's actually getting them. If you're doing options, options are through the CBOE, I think it's called, the Chicago Board of Exchange Options Exchange. They are the ones they're supposed to be going out and buying these shares on the market to make sure that they are deliverable. So if you're buying just regular shares, common shares through your broker, it's your broker's responsibility. If you're buying options, it's the CBOE's responsibility to make sure that those shares end up in your brokerage account for the broker to get to you. And they have T plus, I think, 3 or 5 to get you certain things. Wouldn't it be crazy for them to not hedge the 450 calls? I mean, most of the 450s have probably been hedged. It's just that for next week, going into next week, if they haven't hedged, for example, the 4s, the 5s, that's when it would get dangerous for them, because we're going to see instantly. I think DZ Moneyman, who is on our Discord, he had posted that the gamma on these options for next week instantly starts out at like 0.03 and it's going to jump to 0.06, and that's going to make them hedge at least 100,000 to 200,000 shares right off the bat on Monday, as long as we finish over 420. And at this point, I don't think they're going to get us back down there. So that means instantly off the bat next week we should see probably them push down, and then they're going to have to start buying. After hour price movement. So, I mean, they could cover some in the after hours. That's possible. And those we don't get to see, because if they cover during the after hours, then you don't see, for example, the total volume that's recorded against the short interest. What we will see eventually is the Ortex numbers come down a little bit. And that's fine, I was going to say, but that would also send the price much higher. So think about it this way. We're sitting there, and if Monday morning comes around and we're at 6 or 7, there's going to be a lot of people then that are in the money. And at this point right now, it's going to go ahead, and that's a lot. That's millions of shares they're going to have to hedge. So that's the danger of where they're at right now, is they're dangerously close to losing control of Aterian. Right now, they're able to control it. Our volume's not that great. But when they start having to actually buy these shares, the volume's going to spike. And that's what we saw on Monday. Days that they actually owe shares, you're going to see a huge spike in volume. What age should I start investing? So my grandfather actually started me out early. And he, instead of giving us regular presents, he gave us stocks. And he was a really smart investor. And he basically would talk to us about the importance of getting in the market, staying in the market, and he was a dividend investor. So he owned companies like Smuckers, ExxonMobil. These are all, I mean, this is in the 70s and the 80s mainly when he was starting to buy the stocks for us. But like, he for example would buy like ExxonMobil, and he would buy us like a couple $100 worth of shares, which, for our birthdays. And it was like, we never got presents from him. But then when I turned like 18, those couple $100 in ExxonMobil shares that he had bought from my birth until like he passed, when I was probably, I think he passed when I was 19 or 20 years old. But all those, when I turned like 18, those couple $100 worth of like stocks that he had bought me were worth like 10K back then. And so he really was like, you guys have to learn investing. And so I decided that was going to be something that I was going to teach myself. And my brother went to school for it and, learned the proper way. And I'm kind of more of the black sheep. And I decided to, run in head first. And I, definitely, got my ass kicked a couple times. And that's what made me kind of learn this stuff, was because I'm someone that, I fail and I learn, and that's how I've always been. Like, I've got to hit a brick wall for myself before I know it's hard. So yeah, like I'm just like all you guys. I wasn't like always a smart investor. I made plenty of mistakes in my career. I've wiped an account once, like at one point. But this is stuff I learned over the course of time, and now I'm doing a lot better because I understand how all this works. And once you start learning this stuff, it's super important that you like keep learning. And there's always going to be new things and new strategies you can learn. And you can change your life with this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, like, look at this play for some of us. Like, some of us will make money that we never dreamed of if this goes the way I think it's going to. And it's just, that's how it is. I mean, the stock market is an incredible dual-edged tool that, So between my brother and I, who's the better investor? Oh, he is, hands down. Like, I mean, he didn't make all the stupid mistakes I did, and he went to school for it, and he works for a large institution that, is way smarter than I am, as far as in my opinion. Like, because he learned the proper way of trading, which is risk mitigation. He may not have had crazy gains like I've had, but he's also not lost the amount of money that I have. And that's the way I want to get people more towards, is you start reading these financials, you start learning the balance sheets, you become a better trader, and you sit there and you make sure that, look at them shorting this. Oh, get down. We need it under. Oh, and they're just getting pushed back up. Woo. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, so if you've been. Okay, yeah, I am. Let's see. No, my brother and I don't talk about stocks. Like, I told him about GameStop, and he told me to sell. He's like, you've made a lot of money. You should sell. I was like, no, man, they haven't closed their short positions. They're hiding in the option chains. And he was like, okay, well, I think you're an idiot. You should sell. And I mean, at the time, the stock was 200 something a share, and it's not now. So at this point, he's smarter than me as far as that goes. Oh, look at that. Breaking through the VWAP again. Are you going to have to? They're going to have to produce shares. They're going to have to. I mean, they tried, but someone just put in a large order. And they're putting up sell walls right now at 465. But those are going to go quickly if they can't get this thing. I mean, they're buying. People are buying right now. Like, I don't know if they're having to hedge but someone's putting in a large order. That's a big candle. That's almost a 500,000 candle on a 1 minute. Like, that's like a ton of shares. And those sell walls are going to be, this is where we're going to hang out now, because they're going to be pushing into the sell wall. But, like, there are people who are definitely buying. And I don't know if it's covering. And the sell wall is down. They're going to push up to 475. That's the next big one. I mean, they're trying to slow it down here, but, like, this is moving now. Are you guys ready? You guys fucking ready? Why are some of the cells highlighted in red? So those ones are coming across on the different exchanges. So, like, if you see right here, you'll see like TRF, NAS. You'll see other ones that are marked. I think the ones that flash red. I'll have to go see next time it happens. We'll see, because they're trying to push it down, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get this. That's it right there. So those are TRFs, and they're coming in. I think those are coming maybe from the main floor. So somebody on the main floor is trying to push down the price also. But right there, that was about 400 something thousand in the last 2 minutes. So this is going to start flying as far as like volume goes, because those two candles right there were enough to break up the VWAP. I mean, they can try pushing it down and test the VWAP again, but like this is going to get ugly for them. Yeah. You're one of the best YouTubers I've stayed with a long time. Funny. Thank you. I was going to say, I'm not a YouTuber, so. Time to buy your 2019 BMW X5M competition. I don't think so yet. I'm going to say, like, if all of a sudden the stock went to like 100 a share, then yeah, like I probably could afford it. But at this point, I don't, my position's large, but it's not like that's large. And I would be paying off debt and some other things first. How does it feel? Anon, how does he feel about ATER? I like the stock. I'm humble. I drive a Kia. I can't afford a BMW. I actually don't. I don't drive a Kia. I drive a Hyundai. Do you have weight in options or shares? Yeah, I mean, I know the roles of CBOE and OCC. I mean, like, I'm not playing dumb. I just, what does it say? You're not misleading. Yeah, my goal is just to give you guys information. Like, I mean, I don't care what you do with your money. If you want to invest in ATER, great. If you don't, that's great too. Find another stock that you like better and buy it. Like, personally, to me, I don't understand why people get so like, this is the only stock. I'm like, I get it. Like, I was trying to present an argument because I want retail to do well. Like, that's the honest truth. I want retail to do well because, honestly, retail gets screwed so many times, and there's so very few times where you have something like this happens. No, I'm not a lawyer. Millennial here. Down payment on first house here. No, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what your position is, but if you get a down payment on a house for this, I'm so happy for you, because like honestly, this type of thing could be game changing for so many people. Like, it really can be. Like, this could be the difference of paying off your kids' medical bills. I mean, we've got old medical bills that, my kid was at Hopkins at one point. Like, there's all sorts of things that you find out, like, when you start talking to people, and they're just real people with real lives, and like, they get screwed over by the market makers. They get screwed over by, like, and nobody tells you this stuff. And that's what it should be doing. Like I'm not gonna run around and woo. I'm not that guy. I'm excited for everybody that's in this play, and I feel like I did my best to try to warn people. Like, I legitimately had told a bunch of people that I thought might enjoy the information, because they're retail traders like we are, and that this could be something huge for them. Like, and next week it's going to be so much worse. Like, for the market makers, the shorts, like, they owe so many shares, and it's crazy how much. I mean, like, they owe so many shares, and the more retail gets involved in this and FOMO's in, it's just going to get even worse for them, because it's like they should have covered. Like, I don't know why they just didn't. They had a chance when Aterian had gone down to 210 to start covering, and they doubled down and tripled down on it, and it just didn't make sense. Like, they just decided, okay, well, this is what we're and maybe it's because they can't afford to let people see how much they naked shorted. And maybe this is what's going on, is that we're finally seeing them go, we can't get caught. If we get caught, then it's going to ruin our fund. If they're short on this and they decide to throw all their nakeds in here, and now it's starting to get squeezed, they're going to get maybe margin called, and that's possible. If it's a smaller group. If it's a larger group doing it, then honestly, they probably would be similar to what happens with GameStop. I mean, they'll basically just find a way of, like, somehow trying to cheat. But I mean, at this point, poof, All right, let me read through your YouTube comments real quick. It's running again. Down payment was 18,000, which is 5. Yeah, I mean, if that's possible, that'd be awesome for you if you can get that. Someone's in GIS. That's a cool space. I think I told somebody in our Discord they should definitely keep looking in that space. It's growing. It's a great industry. I dated a girl before my wife that worked in GIS, so geospatial engineering, I think, or whatever. That's different. The one I was talking about is geospatial, but that's my bad. All right, let's see. Anon, not financial advice. Could we test all-time highs? That all depends on how much naked shorts there are, to be honest with you. Like, I could see us going into the 20s and then hitting warrants and slowing down there. But it all depends on when they start covering. Like, they're trying to keep this from running right now. Like, you can tell. Like, they're putting up sell walls. They're trying to do anything they can to not carry this into next week. But they don't have a choice. Like, I'm telling you right now that what I see, at least, this thing's going to go parabolic. And when it goes, it's just so many people are going to be so rich, at least that were, buying at the bottom. And, I hope retail makes so much money on this trade. And these guys were so greedy. Like, the shorts could have covered easily at 2, pushed it back up into like the 6 range, and then that would have been it. But no, they doubled down, and then they got caught. We called them out on this because they've been doing this for a long time, and they were, Yeah, and you're right. I am just a regular guy that did my homework. Like, I kept a spreadsheet on all this stuff. I've been tracking indicators, and I saw something that didn't look right, and I'm gonna keep trying to show that. And the SEC should have been on this already. Like, they should. The CEO of the company said that they were naked shorting, and then the SEC's done nothing. Like, yeah. Who bought at 210? I bought a couple at 220. Not like a huge amount, but let's see. Geospatial's in the same realm. Good. I didn't know that. Just placed an order. Let's close over 450. Yeah, I mean, my guess is this, and maybe I'm right about this, but yeah, there's a buy wall at 450 right now, and they're going to try to take that down. And honestly, like, they're going to do their damnedest to make sure this thing doesn't finish over 450. I'm talking about short exempts are going to be huge. Like, if they push down hard here with short exempts, that number is going to be large because they're not going to be able to do it. Because what they're going to do is bid slam those short exempts, meaning that they're going to slip them in rapidly as fast as they can to just waterfall it. And they're going to probably do it at the very end of the day to try to just make sure it pops under 450. My opinion of YouTuber Zip Trade. I actually like him. I was going to say, I watched his video. I thought he was very, very, hands-on, and he nailed all the facts. I wonder if you actually read my DD. He sounded like he read my DD, to be honest with you. And that's totally fine. If you're as busy as he is, because he's doing way, like, this is my second time ever YouTubing. I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know. I watched his videos and I was really impressed by the production that he has. Like, I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I don't even know if I wanted to. I don't even know how to put my face on it with the screen. Like, I don't know any of this stuff. So I'm not a YouTuber. So I think he's great. Like, he's doing that. My heartbeat's beating fast. Can we close before 480? I mean, maybe, but I think we're going to probably test VWAP here, and they're going to really just try to nail this down under 450. That's just, I've been watching market makers for, 5, 10 plus years. Mainly, though, the last 5 years, I've watched them every tick because I like to watch the stock market, and even when I'm working, and I like to watch, what they do when I try to understand and learn what how they operate. For them, they are going to try to get this under 450 with everything they got. Look at all that shorting with shares they don't have. Yep, squatta potty. Do we have a potential to be a number? Wait, do we have a potential top number? Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, this can go as high as retail's interested in, because they don't have these shares, and the more retail buys, or not even retail, but like any institution, they don't have these shares. And that's what happened with GameStop, AMC. They didn't have the shares that were in the options chains. They didn't have the shares because they were naked shorting. They don't have these shares, and that will cause a real squeeze. And people that don't think, because people are like, oh, there's never going to be another GameStop. Well, there may not be another GameStop, but this is serious for them. Like, this is a big deal, because these guys stand to lose hundreds of millions of dollars on this trade if this goes sideways for them. And at this point, it looks like it's going sideways for them, because Aterian is not slowing down. Like, they are having to cover shares, and they're going to have to deliver them to people. And if retail wants these shares and keeps demanding them, they're going to run out of shares, because the float's only 25 million. Like, the free float is only 25 million, and we're trading right now 84 million shares just today. And a lot of that's buying. I'm telling you, like, they can short all they want, but people are buying this stock, and they're buying in quantities that are going to be out of control, because they understand this better because of GME, and they know what's going on now. Yeah, so all of our shorting is getting eaten up right now by buy pressure. You have everyone has the aptitude to do their own DD. Like, you just have to kind of learn the basics. And so what I recommend to people is learn from people that are doing it, ask questions. Like, a lot of this stuff I had to just do trial and error. And, like, honestly, like, you read some books, you do the things, like, learn. Do it. Like, I think there's nothing more valuable than learning a skill that can make you money. Like, he's got good video editing. So, yeah, I like Zip Trader. He's a good guy, it seems like. And he called out the shorts like I've been calling out for months. And I'm pretty sure he's read my DD, because he caught on to a couple of themes that I had pushed out for a long time. Do I watch Gurk? I actually like Gurk. I got kicked out of his room for telling them about ATER. So I had written Gurk, and he and I had DM'd. And I actually wrote him and I said, listen, I think this is going on. And he was like, yeah, it's not ready yet. And this is back in February. And he was right. It was not ready yet. And I went in his room, and he was streaming. So I just let him know, hey, listen, I'd like you to review my DD. And he never responded back. In his room, I posted it, and they deleted it and kicked me out and said I was a bag holding idiot. So that's where we are. And, do I begrudge him for that? No. Like, Gurk seems like Gurk knows what he's doing. Like, Gurk at one point worked for a financial institution. He's got good market knowledge. He's not everyone's cup of tea. I think got like shunned by the, this ape community, or not even ape, whatever they call themselves, but the GME community. But, he's making good money on YouTube now. So, like, he doesn't even need this stuff. Like, this is all just extra stuff. He makes more money just talking about GME than he did probably investing in it. So, let's see. Simple, straight to the point. I don't know how to do any of this stuff, and I think this is going to be like Spurt. It can be. It might very well be. And the Spurt ran to 60, so I think my order went through. You're welcome, guys. Good job. Is ATER in any ETFs? Yeah. So there are about 4 million shares inside of mutual funds right now. Which is way lower than most of these other stocks. And it's another reason why they can't manipulate it as much, because the institutional ownership on the stock is very low. So that actually works in retail's favor, because retail actually owns most of their shares. Spurt was 76% in short interest, and it ran from $8 to $60. Yes. And there were naked shorts in that. Yeah. I was in that, and I know a lot of people still are very angry about that. And, I mean, I'm angry too. In my spare time, I try to go through the option chains, and I'm trying to pick apart a case for, Spartans, as we called ourselves. But yeah, it was one of those things, and that was one of the biggest regrets of my life. Was I couldn't get enough information to help warn people, and anyone that was out there in Spurt, I tried my hardest. I called the DTCC, I called I called the transfer agent. I called everybody. I had even called the merger agent on a Sunday, and actually he picked up and then told me he couldn't talk about the case. And the next day they actually announced the merger. So yeah, let's see. ATER. It's in the IWM. It's also in a couple other smaller funds too, but there are some ones. There's 1.5 million in ETFs. Yeah. Yeah. So, but it's got a lower exposure than that. So, what happens to call options that expire in the money today? Do they turn to shares, or do they just give them the money? They turn to shares if you have the ability to buy them. So, as long as you have the ability to buy them, they will expire in the money, and they will go ahead and turn them into shares. If not, you would probably still profit. But I mean, let me just pull up. I want to get into. Yep, it's going up, and this is going to get interesting for after hours into next week. What a good feeling. Good job. Thank you. Would it be crazy if it passes 30? I mean, it would slow down at 25. I can tell you that right now. You're going to hit a speed bump at 25. That is the truth, because there's at least 5 million shares in warrants that will cause downward pressure. So it would probably consolidate in that range. Do you think it will give us a breakout before Monday? Should I buy more now? I mean, honestly, I would think it's going to go up next week, but I not financial advice. You can do whatever you want, but I would buy. I personally would think about buying. Let's see, it's 1 minute, so maybe right now and just see what happens, because I think it's going to run. Yeah, I mean, they can't do anything about this now. Like, the market's it's going to be closed in a second, and we're up 21% of the day, and they're going to owe so many shares next week because we finished over 450. Gamma run. Yep, it's going to gamma squeeze at this point now. Like, there is no chance that this goes severely down, like, without illegal things happening. And what did we close for the day? We closed at 467 for the day. Well, what do we got? Let's see. They owe a lot of shares, is what I can tell you guys. We are looking at a lot of gamma that's going to go into next week. Whew. I would not want to be on the other side of this. I would not want to be on the other side of this. Wow. Okay, so we finished over 460, 467. That finished over the 450 mark, and wow. Good close. Good job, everyone. Congrats to all of you guys who have a... Whew. I'll keep streaming just for a little bit longer, just to make sure that doesn't, like, do something weird or run, but, like... Whew, how many options finished in the money? That is a great question. Let us pull, because we're not going to know all the things, but man, oh man. Woof. Oh, man. FTDs are going to be through the roof. I mean, like, oh my God. FTDs are going to be through the roof. Strong close. That was a good close. Up 21% for the day. And wow. Here being my soothing voice making you guys money. Good job. All right, so let's see if there's anything going on. All right. How to rate some people. Let's see what's going on. Lambo time. Ooh, the party will continue in the after hours. It might. I mean, my guess is it's not. They're not going to cover now. They would cover next week. They need to be. They need the volume to be able to drop it. All right. Let's see. Do you think hedgies are watching your stream? I don't think so. I don't think I'm big enough. Like honestly, we have 110 people in here. Like nobody knows who I am. They might know my like DD on Reddit, but they don't know me as a YouTuber. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just a normal dude. So yeah, I don't think so. How do we know, for example, it's going to go squeeze higher than 10? They have millions of shares they owe, and the only way that they're going to get them is for it to go through. Let me finish up writing somebody real quick. All right, so I'm writing one of my buddies. Let me do this because obviously everyone's excited. Today was a good day, so let's do some quick math here for one of my friends. Okay. All right. Back now. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so they're trying to push it down after hours. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. After hours doesn't matter at all. Just to let you guys know, anyone that's watching it, after hours means nothing. They're basically just going to putz around. What matters is pre-market next week. Like it's down 3% after hours. It's not that big of a deal. Let's see. You've disclosed your position, DD. Yeah, I think if you guys follow my DD, I have said my position inside the D. I'm not going to talk about it on here, but like, I have a decent position. How do we know, for example, it's going to go? And there's so many. They're going to have so many. Definitely a radio voice. Thank you. You've doubled your subs in one day. Keep rocking. Oh, thanks. I was gonna say, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm gonna have to go to work on Monday. So, I mean, maybe someday if you guys, like and subscribe, and I can, get monetized, and maybe someday if I, figure out a way of getting people to at least, even like if I had 1,000 people give me $5 a month, I could probably switch, or something like that, or whatever it is. But like hopefully people make money on Aterian, and if they want me to do this full time, then I'd love to do it. But I mean, until then, I've got a real job I got to go do. Yeah, I mean, so I'm fine telling people how it works. I mean, I've read your DD, followed your week. This is your first, yeah. This is my second YouTube stream ever. So yeah, I've never done this before. I have no idea what I'm doing. I wish I would have latched on earlier. Thanks for the channel. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry if you didn't get on earlier, but I've been posting the DD for months, but people have thought I was an idiot, so it's fine. You don't know how many times I've been told on Reddit I'm a freaking idiot, and I'm like, I feel like I know this stuff, but okay. And then let's see, make sure. They're saying, "Holy fuck, how we?" Yeah, they're not watching me. They don't care about me. I'm some asshole that basically screwed their plans over, and I'm not. It's not solely me. Like there are other people that have been on ATER and that like ATER long, and I just happen to be the one that's pumping out some of the DD that maybe is I think somebody said that the DD that was comparing Prague, Aterian, and what was the other one? 3VIG. That was kind of like the pivot point for some people. That was like, okay, this guy actually has some good points. I'm glad I sold cover calls, $5 cover calls instead of $4.50. Yeah, you almost missed out on that one. My profit and loss today. It was a good day. It was a good day. I'm not that. Let's see. How would you compare ATER setup to spurts? So, like, support the first run up. I mean, obviously, we had a bump on the second one that we almost got them to explode. But the first run up was basically explosive like this. And as soon as more retail buy, more deep in the money calls, it's just going to go. My panic attacks have gone way down since I found this channel. Oh, thanks. I was going to say, I'm not going to be around Monday, so hopefully you guys will be okay. Awesome DD. I'm learning a lot. Thanks. You're a good man. Thank you for your DD. You're doing a good job. Thank you. Are they dumping to cover? No. All they're doing right now is they're trying to get a handle on. So they have 15 minutes technically to try to sort out and try to get the price down. And I think that's what they're going to probably do is use some short exempts afterwards. Technically, the markets don't settle for 15 minutes after, if I remember correctly. But it's going to take them a good amount. So this is what's going to be super interesting. Like, I don't know the new 15-minute rule that well. I read about it, but they're probably trying to push it down to hit that mark. And if that's what's happening, that's interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, let's see. I'm just reading your guys' comments. I'm a little bit backlogged. Sorry. Your DD has been the most helpful in giving me the conviction to hold. Thank you. After Hours is rigged and fake. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so I think what they're doing is they're trying to get this. I don't know when things settle, and that's going to be a good question. Like, when do options settle? And this is something that I read an article saying that they were going to extend things out 15 minutes afterwards, which means that the market closes to the regular public then. But if I'm guessing if there's a bull that wanted it this high, they probably had to lock in. And, they may settle things out right now, but, like, I don't think they can drop the options underneath 453 right now. I don't think they can drop it under 450 and have it count towards what finished in the money or out of the money. If they take it below 450 after hours, are they? So I think they have to finish in the market. Like, it depends on what the market says. I don't think they get to, like, if they do that, that's shady, and that shouldn't be. And then we should be writing our politicians and writing SEC and being like, you guys implemented this new rule, and basically it allows them to fix the prices of every option and ensure max pain, because most people aren't trading it, so that's not fair. So I think it depends on where you finish for the day. They can settle things out for another 15 minutes, but it doesn't really matter now. Okay, what subreddit do you post to? Where can I read your DD? So basically, I usually post to. I'm a moderator on the Aterian stock channel on Reddit, and I'm also on Short Squeeze and a couple other ones. Like, I mean, I'm part of a lot of Reddit channels, but I do try to post to a bunch of different ones. And have you heard of Sun? Yeah, I've heard of Sundial. I was bag holding until I read your DD. Sold to come to ATER. Yeah. And I hope you make all your money back, because, I mean, the problem with, like, there's a lot of these stocks out there, and I kind of wish that, people would help retail under, because we get hyped up. We hear things and we read articles. Like, this is one thing I stopped doing. When you start investing in the stock market, you need to stop reading mainstream articles. You need to stop listening to CNBC. You need to stop. You can get general ideas there, but for the most part, all of it's lies, and everyone has their own bias. And what they're going to tell you is there are going to be FUD pieces, there are going to be pump pieces, there are going to be all these things, because people want the stocks to go where they want to. If they're looking to sell, they need people to come buy into their selling pressure. So they'll tell you, hey, listen, the next thing that's going to run is Amazon. And then Amazon, all of a sudden, once you bought in at these high levels, is going to dump. And you're going to say, every analyst said that this thing was worth 4,800, and I bought it in at like 300 underneath. Like, how could this happen? And it's because they're literally just using it as cannon fodder. They're going, okay, well, we need to get out, so let's get some idiots in here. So we'll put out a bunch of puff pieces and then tell everyone that what Amazon's worth. They'll buy in thinking they're getting good value, and really we're exiting our position. And then when you freak out and sell, when the stock goes down tremendously, they'll buy back in. And that's how this works. Like, the rich people know what they're doing. The smart money's doing this all the time, and they're using retail to pump it in and out. And that's why retail traders need to learn this stuff. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Small Direct Club. Yeah, I remember them. They were that one that kind of, oof. Wasn't that the Maskless Warrior that was pumping that one, if I remember correctly, from, like, those days? Options settle T+1. So Monday, Tuesday, by Tuesday, they should be owed. The settlement nonsense. Yeah, and honestly, it needs to be blockchain. It would cut down so much of the fuckery if blockchain was implemented. But they don't want that, because if they get that, then what ends up happening is, man, they can't play all these games, and it gets a lot harder for them to use. All right. Sorry, I'm just writing one of my friends. They need some help with something. Elon, Twitter, pump and dump. Yeah, I mean, like, so Elon already bought in his position. He's not selling out, but at the same time, like, people pumped up that thing knowing that retail would run in, and then what ends up happening is they sell out of that. Yeah, we finished pretty good today. We did pretty well. So next week is going to be exciting. So I will not be around next week unless all of a sudden you guys want to pay me more money than I make in my other job. So I guess we'll have to do this over the weekend. Link your DD. I post a lot of DD. Maybe I should post my screen name, and you can go back and look at some of my DD that I've written. And then maybe you can share it with your friends and see what they think. Maybe they think I'm an idiot too, like all the other people on Reddit. Yeah, but someone nicely wrote me, and they were like, listen, people called DFV, I called DFV an idiot. I literally rolled my eyes and was like, that guy's going to lose a lot of money, and was like, he's an idiot. And then I read his DD, and I'm like, oh, no, he was actually really smart. Yeah, I mean, I can't just quit my job like on the spot. That would be messed up of me. But I mean, like, so I can't set up a super chat because I do not monetize. So I think they only allow those for YouTubers who actually have like so I need 1,000 subscribers. So if you guys get me 1,000 subscribers, and then I can, I also need you guys to watch any video I have. Just put it on your phones, and if I get to, I think it's 4,000 watch hours, then I can go ahead and actually, like get monetized and then set up a super chat. But at this point right now, I can't do that. So maybe I'll do a stream over the weekend, and we'll just talk about stocks and see what you guys have to say. But let's see. Can you give me your thoughts? Okay, somebody was asking about a different ticker. There's now, guys. Okay, so let's do this. What time is it? I gotta go pick up my kids. Not yet, but all right. Let's see. Stay genuine into our. Yeah, I'm just gonna say. I mean, this is just who I am. I don't get a big head. Like I'm not anyone special. I was here day 2. Let's make me money. I'll be day here. I was gonna say. Unfortunately, I'm not. I will stream, but and you guys can talk in here if you guys want, and I can chat on the chat box. But I'm not going to be able to actually like talk because I'll be at work. So I will at least stream though this level 2s at work for you guys. And then if you want to chat on here, that's fine. Or you can chat in the Discord. Honestly, our Discord is. Oh, and I'm supposed to link you the DD. Sorry, my ADD. Here is my profile in the chat. So if you want to read my DD, that is my username, and on Reddit, and I've written a whole bunch of DD. Tell your work you got COVID and you must work from home. Yeah, unfortunately, my boss is not super sympathetic, and her mom just died, so like she's not really. And she's still going to work, and her mom just died. So I was going to say she's not real sympathetic, but I did tell her I was sick, so I was able to take 2 days off to do this for you guys. But I'll stream on the weekend, and then if we can get maybe if the plan someday is that I'm able to support my family with streaming YouTube versus what I'm doing now, I'd be happy to do that if you guys like listening to me. But I mean, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea how to like edit videos or do it. Like I couldn't get my microphone working the other day. All right. Yeah, they can drop it all they want after hours. It doesn't really matter. All right. Let's see what we got here going on. This is the best thing about the last 2 years. Yeah, I mean, all right, let's see what they did. They had to buy some shares. That's good. The cost to borrow right now is skyrocketed. The minimum cost to borrow right now is up 75%. Short interest is close to 10 million estimated, which is almost 40% of the float. And boy, oh boy. Let's see. 100% utilization is crazy. It is. It is crazy. Good vibes, good vibes. Everyone's feeling good. What does the majority of option players exercise their position? It's like 10% of options players actually exercise their position. Yeah. I mean, at this point right now, my only theory is that the reason why they haven't covered yet is because if they cover, it's going to bankrupt them. So at this point, it's better just to hold on for dear life and hope that retail somehow forgets and they can freak out everybody on Monday. But I don't think it's happening. And if you're a short hedge fund and you happen to stumble across my video, like, why didn't you just cover it too? Like, honestly, like, you guys were winning, and all you had to do is just put it back to a normal price of like 6 or 8, and you guys would have just walked away with all that money. Whew. I mean, like, look at the options chains. Wow. Like, I mean, that's a dangerous thing about having options this cheap is like retail can actually afford them. And you know, if they demand their shares, it's scary for the market maker because they're going to have to hedge. And all right. So next week is going to get super spicy. It is going to get, whew. Hold on, Devil's asking for me. Yeah, I was gonna say I will go ahead if you guys subscribe. Whenever I'm on, you know, maybe I'll set a times when I'm going to be on so you guys can see. You know, if it pops up on your phone or something, you can see when I'm going to be on and come in and talk to me. But yeah, I mean, if you guys like this and you want to, you know, hear me talk every day, I mean, if we can figure out a way of somehow, you know, making more money here than I make at my job, I will switch and I could do this for you guys. But you know, at this point right now, I'm just. Devil wants to get in here. Hold on a second. Let me get. One of our moderators from the Discord wants to come in. Am I live right now? I'm still streaming, right? Yeah, people are writing me, so it must be okay. Is there a way of they could have covered without the information being public? So no, I was gonna say they have to, like, once they actually return a share, it will go back and then be marked that it's not being shorted anymore. So like basically we're going to track all this stuff live, and because we've actually, you know, been keeping track of all this stuff, we will know when they're covering, you know, those shares will go back and the short interest will go down and we'll start seeing that number. But until that happens, you know, one small whale can pay you a yearly salary of ATER of $20 to $25. Yeah, I mean, I make a little bit more than that now, but I mean, like, I'm sure if they really wanted me to talk, but I mean, you know, once again, I don't know if I cut out for this, but I feel like I'm losing my voice already. I'll take care of my vocal cords and like drink lemon tea or shit. Oh, okay, hold on. Devil's in here now. Devil, are you in here? I'm watching you on Discord. Are you in here? Well, no. So shorts actually did cover a little bit today. From the Ortex data I saw, somebody linked it, I think. Shorts covered, I think, 100,000 shares. No, sorry, 70,000. That was it. They covered 70,000 shares so far. So congrats to them. 70,000 down, and now about probably 25 million to go. 10 legally, 10 like 9 point something legally probably. That'd be my guess. But yeah, and the thing is, next Friday we actually have a snapshot of the short interest. So if they keep trying to fight this, it's gonna show up in the snapshot. Yeah, but yeah, they've only returned 70,000 shares. So 70,000 down, millions more to go. And you guys saw what kind of buying pressure that had just based off retail, or not retail, but like institutions and retail combined buying long. Like, that was 85 million shares traded today. and they covered 70,000. Imagine when they have to buy. Oh my God! I mean, this stock's gonna fly. People are gonna get so rich on this stock. It's not even. It's not even funny. Whew. All right. Well, I think things are cooling down here. I mean, I'm gonna go and pick up my kids in my junker car, and I will go and do some more research tonight. I usually once I put my kids down for bed, I come down to the basement and I go over daily stuff, the weekly stuff, see where we're at as far as the charts, see where we're at as far as the the fundamentals, what's changed. We look at the short interest and do all that stuff. So I'm just reading some of people's comments. Yeah, so I'll be streaming. I'll type you guys when I can. If people have questions, you can always ask questions in the Discord. I do jump on the Discord during the day when I'm at work because I don't have a whole lot of oversight. So I do jump on there and talk to people on Discord. So apparently, Robinhood hid ATER from its list. That's amazing. That is amazing. And I did try to submit a large order on IDX, and it did not go through. And it actually said that the IDX was not, or they were saying that they couldn't submit that order to IDX, which is the lit exchanges for anyone that doesn't know. All right, guys, have a great weekend. I may stream on Saturday or Sunday. I'll set up like a thing. I'll work it out with my wife where I can come down for at least an hour or two and talk to you guys. And then from there, we'll kind of go over what we see on the week. Maybe it's Sunday. We'll do it like Sunday. And then, yeah, have a great weekend. Go get, if you drink beers, go drink some beers. If you drink wine, go drink some wine. If you don't drink it all, go and have yourself an awesome weekend, and I will see you guys back next week. All right. Have a good night.